Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Game 11 on Saturday here at Flat Track Fever 2025. I am Sonia Blade, and we are here to see Rocky View Junior Roller Derby versus the Lethbridge Windy City Wipeouts. Skating in black, we have number 0102, Addislam, 083, She-Hulk, 18, Stevie Whips, 180, April Sowers, 2010, Mascasis, 259, Nemesis, 26, Tenacious T, 28, Kaleidoscope, 30, Speedy Petey, number 6, Killer Cupcake, 60, Fireball, 618, One Hit Willow, 681, Executioner, 909, Masquerade, rounded up by number 94, Sperry Me. And skating in white for the Windy City Wipeouts, number 14, Amigacha, 21, Kanakazi, 222, Octane, 27, Cheshi, 278, Punch Buggy, 33, Marvelicious, 44, Howabunga, number 5, Kislamya, 54, Sour Patch, 61, Shredder, 616, Soul, 62, Kraken, 711, Lollychops, 833, Jackrabbit, and number 9999, Short Halt. And here we go, game number 11 underway here on track number 2. Masquerade jamming for the Rocky View Rebels, quick to pick up that lead jam advantage. Sour Patch jamming for the Windy City Wipeouts, trying that outside line, but Rocky View is ready and waiting with the formation. Masquerade back into the fray. Windy City putting together a somewhat solid formation. Masquerade dancing around those outside lines, puts 4 points in the pocket. 2 left to beat for Sour Patch, now 3 as the Rocky View Rebels slowly recycle to the front of that pack. The fancy star pass, that's going to be number 14, Amigacha, our new jammer of record for the Windy City Wipeouts. Masquerade putting up another 4 points and calling it to a conclusion. First points on the board for Rocky View, 8 of them to be exact. Looks like we have April Sowers and Lollychops taking to our Trail Appliances jam line here on track number 2. Penalty box currently sitting empty, so it'll be the full 5-on-5 derby action heading into jam number 2. April Sowers trying her luck on the outside line. Windy City putting together something to keep them at bay just a half step, but lead advantage does go to Rocky View, 2 in a row. Lollychops opting to remove the star to plot out the next move, but looks like Rocky View is going to hold up Lollychops at the back of that pack. Rocky View losing their pivot temporarily to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. April Sowers met with a strong formation from Windy City, but able to use those lateral movements and put 4 on the board. And the quick star pass on that outside, we are going to see Kraken, our new jammer for Windy City, as April Sowers gets out for a third scoring pass, not before Kislamya gets that one chunk of speed away. Slowing April Sowers down just enough, assessing the situation and calling it to a conclusion. Looks like it'll be it'll be 12 points for Rocky View in that jam, bringing them up to an even 20. First points on the board for Windy City. That'll be 4 of them. We've got 1 in the box per side, so no real pack advantage as we head into jam number 2. Looks like a forearm being assessed to One Hit Willow and a failure to reform, I'm guessing, for Shredder. Jackrabbit and Executioner. Jackrabbit's at the top of the pack. 1 left to beat. Oh, just misses that hit from Tenacious T. First lead of the game for Windy City Wipeouts on behalf of Jackrabbit. Executioner able to find some room to work with through that pack. Fireball giving Jackrabbit the work around here around turn number 1. A little bit of a hit to the outside, but luckily that drawback is not too brutal this time. Hopping around on those toe stops, Jackrabbit through for a 4-point pass. Windy City putting up a strong formation against Executioner. Looks like Mexi opting to remove that star and let Tenacious T have a turn. Tenacious T will have to fight with this fearsome wall of white. Meanwhile, Jackrabbit just racking up the points. Rocky V Rebels ready and waiting that time for Jackrabbit's arrival. Tenacious T getting bumped to that outside and bridged a long way back by Howabunga and Shredder. Jackrabbit managing to stick to that outside line. Not an easy feat to accomplish on some of these slippery floors. That'll bring us to a conclusion. Huge jam for Windy City Wipeouts. Bring them up to 16 points. Rocky View still holding strong at 24, and we have just over 25 and a half minutes left in the first half. Don't forget to visit the Chinook City merch table and buy your raffle tickets. They are available by $2 donation. They have lots of amazing prizes. Masquerade now with a star for Rocky View Rebels. Can't quite tell. It is Sour Patch for Windy City Wipeouts. That'll be 2 for 2 for Masquerade so far in this half. Sour Patch opting to remove the star. Pivot staying nice and close there. Amigacha taking a bit of a bump to the infield. Bridged the long way back by Mascasis, as Masquerade is through the pack with 4 on the board, ready to score some more. Beautiful footwork by Amigacha, somehow maintains balance. I don't know how. I think gravity stopped working for a half second there, much to the crowd's delight. If we could give points for style, I would give a point for style on that one. Because, wow. Hard fought jam for the Windy City Wipeouts. 8 points will go to the Rocky View Rebels total as I send out Stevie Whips with the star for jam number 5. Lollichops jamming for Windy City Wipeouts. Getting bumped to the infield, looks like by the Mystic, and bridge back behind that Trail of Pines' jam line. Stevie Whips will be our lead jammer here, Jam 5. The Mystic doing some double duty with that knockout at the back of the pack, now concentrating on the front of the pack, trying to keep Lollichops at bay. Lollichops has removed the star, pivot staying nice and close in case that star needs to be handed off. Excellent track awareness there by a Windy City team. Looks like the star pass attempt did occur, but did not look like it was completed. Star taking a tumble to the ground, picked up again by Lollichops. The star will not escape for Windy City in that jam. Windy City, though, able to hold the Rocky View Rebels to 4 points in that jam. So if you head over to the Chinook City merch table and buy some raffle tickets, you can win amazing prizes, such as a dine and stay package by the Carriage House. Includes 1 night stay in a premium room and a $50 credit to any of their food and beverage outlets. The value of the prize is $350 and expires next year. Looks like we're going to have ourselves a quick team timeout, or official timeout, my apologies. Our officials for this game are Curvicious, Nerd Herder, Precedent Weevil, Masquerade, Molly Golightly, Mama Tank, Dubs and Roses, and Quacker Smack. Looks like our on-skates officials are Guinness, Sweets, Vic Vega, Pterodactyl, Graffy, and X-Ray Ted. Heading into jam number 6, we have Jackrabbit for Windy City Wipeouts getting bumped to the outside by Executioner and bridged back behind Trail of Pines jam line, and April Sours for Rocky View Rebels doing some matrix moves on the outside of that track there, managing to stay in bounds, but now getting worked over by Howabunga. Jackrabbit securing that lead advantage for Windy City Wipeouts. April Sours hopping on those toe stops, taking a moment to assess the situation, make sure everything's nice and legal before proceeding with that initial. Jackrabbit now with one left to beat at the top of that pack, but it looks like it is. Who is that? That's Fireball there with the last hit out and the long bridge back all the way to turn number 2. April Sours approaching the pack, and that gives Windy City enough time to call that off, limiting the damage from Rocky View Rebels. It'll be 4 points apiece. 40 points for the Rocky View Rebels total, and Windy City sitting at 20. Our Genuine sponsored penalty box currently sitting empty will be full 5 versus 5. Sour Patch now with the Star Masquerade, wasting no time, getting lead for the Rocky View Rebels. Sour Patch now with one left to beat, but it was enough time for the Windy City Wipeouts to catch up and put up a fearsome formation. Masquerade getting through that pack right up the middle. Sour Patch now dancing their way through this pack, picking off blockers one by one, but those blockers are quick enough to be able to recycle. Now Masquerade dancing around that outside line puts another 4 on the board. Sour Patch getting bridged back by Killer Cupcake, joined by Tenacious T. And a side skater move around that outside gets Masquerade through, and Star now past you. Amigacha unfortunately won't get the chance to score this time. Rocky View putting up quick 12 points in that jam, bring them up to 52. Windy City still holding strong at 20. Stevie Whip's taking another chance at that star for Rocky View, and it'll be Lollichops for Windy City Wipeouts. Stevie Whip's quick to get to the front of that pack, not before Shredder gets a tiny piece though, but somehow hops over those hips and stays in bounds. I don't think Stevie can quite believe it herself, but hey, that's the way it goes sometimes. It's just magic. Stevie getting bumped to that outfield, quick to return behind that Trail Appliances jam line. Star handoff has occurred, but it doesn't look like it was successful. Lollichops will have to give that another try. Remember, for a star pass to be legal, it has to be upright, inbounds, and in play. Lollichops getting escorted to the back of that pack. Rocky View not going to make this an easy pass to acquire, but does look like the star has been successfully passed. The Kraken now our new jammer record for Windy City as Stevie Whips comes back into the fray, ready to add some more points to that total. Adislam moving in, trying to clear that inside line. Windy City, though, just rotating right around that offense. Kraken getting bumped to the outside, bridged back by Nemesis. Kraken absorbing the hit from Nemesis, and oh, it does look like stepped out of bounds just enough to pick up that cut track penalty, so it'll be a power start in favor of Rocky View Rebels for the next jam. Don't forget to check out our team of vendors. We've got Beat Generation with a table. You may have seen them compete recently in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Check out their booth for some new hot merch. Windy City Wipeouts calling themselves a quick team timeout. We'd like to give a shout out to Calgary Junior Roller Derby and Calgary Roller Derby, home of levels 1, 2, and 3 skaters within Calgary. One of the many junior leagues within Alberta. Check out their merch table for more information. Looking for some items from Calgary Roller Derby auction hosted online? Look no further. Stop by their table and pick up your items before the end of the weekend. Don't forget to visit MyoLab. They were here yesterday, and today is their last day. They have on-site treatment for massage and chiro. Make sure to book your appointment at their booth as soon as you can. Some last-minute adjustments here on behalf of the Windy City Wipeouts. Rocky View now with their power start, sending out April Sowers with a star. Oh, getting bumped to the infield by Howabunga and bridged the long way back by Shredder. Looks like Shredder will incur a trip to our Genuine-sponsored penalty box for that maneuver, possibly. Seems there might be some confusion about whether or not there was a penalty assessed. Nope, looks like everything is good to go. Sowers getting bumped to the infield again. Windy City doing an excellent job of killing this power jam. Lead does go to April Sowers after a hard-fought 40 seconds. Fireball there all over Kraken. Now fresh legs off that penalty. Fireball is scored and Kraken to the outside before bridging back along that straightaway. April Sowers puts 4 points on the board, ready to score some more. Kraken getting bumped to the infield, bridge back behind that pivot line, and escorted back to the pack. Somehow managing to maintain balance. Howabunga there with a brutal hit out on Soul. Sorry, on one hit, Willow, not Soul. Windy City now absolutely locking down on April Sowers. April Sowers not wanting to give opportunity to Windy City to score is going to take 14 points from that last jam, bringing Rocky View Rebels up to 74. Windy City still holding strong with 20 points. Looks like we're having ourselves a quick official timeout. Refs just discussing the happenings of that last jam while it's still fresh in their memories. We want to give a shout out to Full Mobility Chiropractic on site to treat skaters and officials. Be sure to book your appointment today. They're offering a flat track fever special, which includes $50 treatments and custom-made orthotics for $300. You don't want to pass up on these amazing prices. Lots of physio vendors here taking care of our skaters as they slowly start to not decompose, but get knocked around quite a fair bit. We are almost halfway through this first half here. And don't worry, we've got lots more roller derby action coming at you. Coming up after this, we'll see the NF Bounce versus High Altitude, and then another junior bout, West Coast Spirit versus Windy City Wipeouts. Windy City getting to play again, not next game, but the game after. Amigacha donning the star for Windy City, but it will be Mosquerade out first with lead advantage. I believe that is 100% leads for Mosquerade so far in this game. Unfortunately, I'm not able to track stats in front of me. Some fancy footwork by Mosquerade will get 4 on the board and ready to score some more. Amigacha getting knocked to the outside and escorted back by the Rocky View Rebels. Beautiful star pass by Windy City. Looks like it'll be Sour Patch, our new jammer of record. Mosquerade opting to conclude the fun of that last jam. 7 points added to Rocky View's total, bringing them up to 81. Windy City held scoreless for the last few jams. Likely hoping to change that statistic, sitting out Kanakazi with the star up against Stevie Whips. Underway with jam number 11. Stevie Whips quick to get to the front of that pack, but Shredder is all over her. Kanakazi now fighting fiercely at the top of this pack, hoping to stretch these blockers to their out-of-play limit. Has 3 left to beat. That is Adislam, She-Hulk, and Speedy Petey. Rocky View losing a blocker to our Genuine sponsored penalty box for that maneuver. Stevie Whips getting bumped to the outside. Bridge back by Shredder, supported by Kraken. And possibly Octane, I believe. After fighting for an entire track length, Kenakazi emerges victorious. Lead jam advantage. Windy City now poised to put some points on the board. Their first in the past few jams. Sneaky star stash by Stevie Whips and somehow ducks the hit from Shredder. Shredder reporting to our Genuine sponsored penalty box for that maneuver. Kenakazi picking up some points. Looks like 4 of them will go to Windy City's total. Don't forget to go visit Nerd Skates. This is their last day at the vendor table today. They're selling gear and accessories. Are you having issues with your skates? See Projectile for any skate maintenance needs. Because we know after all the hard work of the weekend, our skates are bound to kind of give up. April Sowers securing another lead jam advantage on behalf of Rocky View Rebels. Jackrabbit, though, finds room up the middle, so not far behind, hoping to put on some pressure and force that call off. Beautiful knockout by Marvelicious on April Sowers. That allows Jackrabbit to answer with 4 points of their own. April Sowers opting to end this jam, not liking the setup of this scenario. Let's keep things going. 85 points for Rocky View Rebels, 28 for the Windy City Wipeouts. We are underway of jam number 13. Masquerade wasting no time. Secure another lead advantage for Rocky View. Sour Patch getting worked over at the back of that pack by Mexicutioner and I believe Tenacious T. Dynamic duo there, supported by Mascuses. Both jammers, sorry. Sour Patch getting knocked to the infield bridge back. Masquerade taking a trip to that outside. Quick to enter back in, nice and legal. A sneaky star stash will get the star out for Windy City Wipeouts. Cheshire new jammer of record, but will take a trip to that Genuine sponsored penalty box. Masquerade doing a nice little hippity hop over those skates and calls it to a conclusion. That'll give the Rocky View Rebels another power start heading into jam number 14. April Sowers, I believe, on the second power start. Getting knocked to the outside by Shredder, but not bridged back. She-Hulk all over that, not letting the run back happen. April Sowers picking up blockers one by one and making it look easy, just skating backwards through that pack. Secures another lead advantage. Sowers now back into the fray. Rocky View poised to provide some offensive assistance, but have to relent just as Sheshi comes back into the pack. Sheshi able to absorb hits from Rocky View Rebels. Gets through for that initial as April Sowers puts 4 points up. Pack setting themselves up right at turn number 4. April Sowers hitting the pack and calling it to a conclusion. It's like the refs are just confirming how many points should be awarded. Oh, and it looks like April Sours being sent to our Genuine sponsored penalty box, so it'll be a power start in favor of Windy City Wipeouts this time, but not before an official timeout. Don't forget to check out Beadworks by Red Karma. That's Red Streaks and Karma. Help one of our Team Canada junior skaters get to Australia this year. Check out our table showcasing a decadent selection of Indigenous beading ranging from jewelry, hair accessories, lanyards, keychain wristlets, and more. That is over at track 1. So don't check them out yet. Go check them out at halftime, because this game's really good. Rocky View Rebels sitting at 99 points, just knocking at that triple-digit mark. Windy City still holding strong with 28, with just under 10 minutes left in this first half. Looks like it'll be Kislamia donning the star for Windy City. I believe this is the first time Kislamia starting with the star. There's been lots of star passes, so it's hard to keep track. But starting, definitely. Kislamia wasting no time, taking full advantage of that offensive assistance from the Windy City blockers. Windy City calm, cool, and collected, waiting for Kislamia's arrival. Kislamia through for a quick 4 points on the board. Rocky View Rebels ready and waiting for Kislamia's arrival. Kislamia taking a brief hit to that outside, and Kislamia now with one left to beat, but that out of play call forces them to let her go. April Sours now with that initial pass, just skirting through on that outside, but Howabunga won't be fooled that easily. Looks like it was Punch, Buggy, and Howabunga there, those last lines of defense. Kislamia hitting that pack once again, getting held up briefly. Opting to call that one to a conclusion after taking some solid hits from Rocky View Rebels. That'll be a huge jam for Windy City Wipeouts. Their total now at 40 points. Rocky View Rebels still holding strong at 107. Heading into jam number 16. Looks like it'll be Mexicutioner with a star for Rocky View. And I believe it is Jackrabbit for Windy City Wipeouts. Mexicutioner earning lead jam advantage for Rocky View. Jackrabbit getting bumped to the outside, but the bridge back won't be that far. Pack keeping things nice and tight as we come around turn number 2. Mexicutioner putting up 4 on the board, and Jackrabbit, after taking a brief tumble, looks like we'll be reporting to our Genuine sponsored penalty box, so it'll be a power jam for Mexicutioner and Windy City, getting bumped out by Howabunga, and Mexicutioner opting to call that jam to a conclusion after having had enough. That'll give a power start to Rocky View Rebels as we head into jam number 17. Looks like we're going to have ourselves possibly an official review, if I know my hand signals, which I don't. Yes, it is indeed an official review, details of which I will bring to you as soon as I have them. Don't forget to check out Untamed Fernie, designs made for the busy woman who wants to look and feel fabulous. Untamed focuses on creating everyday clothing that is practical and comfortable while also being fun, flattering, and unique. Each piece is enhanced with a special touch by collaborating with local artists, printing their art onto fabric and incorporating their designs into the creations. That is Untamed Fernie over at track 1. And we'd also like to give a thank you to Calgary Gumballs from Calgary Super Leagues. The women's division of Super Leagues Calgary. This team has won the opportunity to compete at C Nationals this summer after earning the silver at C Provincials last year. This is the first year that women get the opportunity to compete at this level at the CBHA Nationals, a division only offered to the men until now. You'll find a fundraising game at their table to help them support on their travels. Make sure you stop by and show your support. Rolling whistle, usually a good sign that we are about to get back to the action. Looks like it'll be Masquerade with this power start for the Rocky View Rebels. Masquerade dancing on that outside line, wasting no time to get lead on behalf of Rocky View. Blockers jostling for position. Beautiful offensive assist by the Rocky View Rebels there, setting up that sweep on the outside lane. No pat being called, and it looks like somebody will be sent to our Genuine sponsored penalty box for a failure to reform. Looks like Almigacha, the lucky recipient of that penalty. Meanwhile, Jackrabbit out from that penalty, able to squeak by on that inside line, just ducking that hit from Mascasis. Masquerade getting a bump to that outside, opting to bring that jam to its conclusion. Looks like it'll be 10 points picked up by Rocky View to bring them up to 122. Got just over 6 minutes left in this first half. That half flew by. I don't know about you guys. Looks like 2 sitting in the box on the Rocky View Rebels side, 1 for the Windy City Wipeouts. So slight pack advantage will go to Windy City at the start of this jam. April Sowers, our lead jammer. Kanakazi, though, not far behind. Nemesis with that last hit out. Somehow, some way, getting a piece of Kanakazi. Able to allow their teammates to catch up and make a nice formation right in front, holding Kanakazi at bay as April Sowers just racks up these points. Kislamia with the hit out on April Sowers and the run back just along that back straightaway. Kanakazi now free of the action with that initial pass. Unfortunately, will not get the opportunity to score in Jam 18. One currently sitting in our Genuine sponsored penalty box. So slight pack advantage will go to Rocky View Rebels. Looks like it'll be Sperry Me jamming for the first time in this game for Rocky View. And Jackrabbit for Windy City Wipeouts. Jackrabbit at the top of that pack and get past the hit from Fireball. Lead will go to Windy City. Sperry Me getting knocked back and bridged back the long way to the top of that apex, courtesy of Howabunga and teammate that I can't see the number from here. Good job, teammate. Lollychops able to catch up. Oh, this floor is absolutely brutal for people with shorts. All I hear is like skin on cement, and it is like nails on a chalkboard. Jackrabbit through for the first 4 points of this game. Looks like a star pass to Killer Cupcake. We'll see us have a new jammer for Rocky View Rebels. Believe that is Cupcake's first time taking the star in this game. Jackrabbit doing a nice little rock star slide on those knee pads, opting to call that one off from the floor. Not always an easy thing to do. 10 points picked up by Windy City for a grand total of 50. Rocky View Rebels holding strong at 132. Rocky View sending out another new jammer. That'll be Speedy Petey, our lucky donor of the star cover. And that is Sour Patch jamming for Windy City Wipeouts. Just a cluster of bodies along that straightaway, but a hop, skip, and a jump by Sour Patch on those toe stops gets her through. Lead goes to Windy City. Speedy Petey still working hard and gets through along that inside line with a little help from Mascasis. Sour Patch dancing on those toe stops once again on that outside. Rocky View Rebels ready and waiting with a formation at the top of that pack. Looks like 2 points will be picked up by Rocky View and 4 will go to the Windy City Wipeouts. I think that is Kislamia there, donning the star for Windy City, and it'll be Nemesis jamming for the first time, I believe, for Rocky View. Nemesis almost through. A brief hit out by Howabunga, but the no pass, no point means that no lead will be awarded either. Lead will go to Kislamia for Windy City. And just skirting through on that inside line, Nemesis threw for a quick 4 points. Kislamia being met by a fearsome formation from Rocky View, just rotating effortlessly around, knocked to the outside, bridge back by Tenacious T. Nemesis at the top of the pack, but does look like we'll be skating towards our Genuine sponsored penalty box. So power jam scenario in favor of Windy City. Kislamia now in full control. Beautiful offense by Windy City, clearing that outside lane, getting Kislamia through for those 4 points. Windy City now setting themselves up at the back of that pack. Now moving in to give Kislamia some assistance. Kislamia absorbing those hits along that inside line, gets through for another 4 points. Just doing some skate maintenance on the go, no big deal. Kislamia now back into the fray, being met by a formation from Rocky View Rebels. Calls that one to a conclusion, but not before Nemesis picks up a sneaky 4 points. That'll be a grand total of 9 points awarded to the Windy City Wipeouts, bring them up to 63. Rocky View holding strong at 142. And we'll see if we have time for one more jam. I don't know. Yes, time for one more jam here in the first half. That'll be jam number 22. Jackrabbit for Windy City, but it'll be Killer Cupcake out first. Lead jammer for Rocky View. Jackrabbit absorbing that hit from Mascasis through for the initial pass. Killer Cupcake making it out first, collecting all 4 points and calling that one to a conclusion, and that will bring us to halftime. Windy City 63 points, Rocky View Rebels 146. We're going to take a break and we'll be back in just under 15 minutes. Go check out our wonderful vendors, go check out our concessions for food, and come back for the conclusion of this fabulous game. Right, almost time to get underway with the second half of Rocky View Rebels versus Windy City Wipeouts. Looks like one currently in the box for Rocky View Rebels, so slight back advantage will go to Windy City for the start of the second half. Only slightly. And we are back to the action. Looks like it'll be Mystic jamming for the first time for Rocky View Rebels and Sour Patch for Windy City Wipeouts. Mystic securing the first lead advantage of the second half. And a quick star pass by Sour Patch. That'll be Amigacha, our new jammer of record, slowly picking up blockers one by one, trying to stick that landing along the outside, but it's Fireball and Killer Cupcake there with the knock to the outside. Mystic putting up 4 points on the board. Both teams now back at full strength. Cheshi, that first line of defense on the Mystic as they come back into the fray. Finding room to run up the middle, just ducking past that hit from Punch Buggy. Another 4 points on the board as Amigacha getting knocked to the outside and bridged back by Killer Cupcake and Mexicutioner. Strong formation here by Rocky View's team. It looks like Amigacha now being sent to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. So power jam scenario for Rocky View as the Mystic comes back in to add 4 points to their total. Taking a bump to the ground courtesy of Punch Buggy, and we'll call that jam to its conclusion. Rocky View's score now sitting at 160, Windy City Wipeouts at 63. Rocky View will have themselves a quick power start, it seems. Looks like it'll be Spare Me jamming now for Rocky View Rebels. Sperry able to stick that landing on the outside, absorbing that hit from Octane. The lead advantage, second in a row, going to the Rocky View Rebels. Beautiful offensive assist by Rocky View, helping pick off these blockers. That'll be a quick 4 points for Spare Me. Rocky View ready and waiting for Amigacha's arrival. Ami being only briefly held up by that defensive formation. Spare Me back into the fray, picking up at least 1 point, I believe. Yes, it'll be 1 point to be exact for a grand total of 5. Looks like it is much to Rocky View Rebels' enjoyment on that one. Penalty box currently sitting empty. Will be the full 5 versus 5 as we head into jam number 3. It's like Jackrabbit, our jammer for Windy City Wipeouts, trying to stick to the outside line, but escorted to the outfield by April Sowers. Tenacious T out first from the pack. Briefly held up once again by Howabunga, but does persevere nonetheless. That's 3 leads in a row. Tenacious T hugging that outside line. Hooks up a sneaky 4 points just as Jackrabbit finds a way through this pack. Tenacious T coming back into the fray, collects all 4 points and calls that one off. A quick hit it and clit it pass. Rocky View Rebels bringing their score up to 173. Windy City Wipeouts holding strong at 63. Don't forget to check out the raffle over at the Chinook City merch table. Tickets are available by $2 donation. Sorry, extra tickets. I think they're all $2, but I could be wrong. Lots of amazing prizes available. Killer Cupcake donning the star again for Rocky View Rebels. Sour Patch for Windy City. Killer Cupcake absorbing that hit from Ami Gotcha and Soul. Sneaky Star Stash on behalf of Sour Patch, but Rocky View Rebels all over it. Sour Patch getting bumped to the outfield, quick to get back in. Looks like it'll be the dynamic duo of Mosquerade and Stevie Whips there. Sour Patch able to run up the middle. Oh, and Tenacious T so fast through that pack. Sorry, Nemesis fast through that pack. Nemesis with the last hit out on Sour Patch there. Jam comes to its conclusion. 3 points added to Rocky View's total. Currently 1 in the box on the Rocky View Rebel side, so pack advantage will go to Windy City as we head into jam number 5. Nice dynamic start here. Textbook dynamic start, I would say, if you're watching on the stream. Kanakazi, nope, sorry. Yes, that is Kanakazi jamming for the Rocky View. Sorry, Windy City Wipeouts will be lead jammer. I believe that's the first lead for Windy City in this half. Kanakazi, much to her amazement, around that outside line. It's always nice when you skirt through on the outside and nobody picks up on it. Sneaky, sneaky. I'm not sure Rocky View is going to be fooled twice in a row. No, indeed not. That is Mascasis getting a piece of Kanakazi on that outside. Speedy Petey with jamming for Rocky View Rebels, trying to find a way through this pack, and a sneaky Star Stash. We'll see Adislam, our new jammer of record for Rocky View Rebels. Adislam fighting with all of her might along this back straightaway, absorbing that hit from Octane and Kraken. Gets through. Kanakazi collecting at least a few points. Looks like it might be all 4 awarded. Grand total of 8 points going to the Windy City Wipeouts, bringing their total up to 71. Nemesis taking the chance, starting off with a star for the second half and wasting no time to secure lead for Rocky View Rebels. Jackrabbit finds room to work with up the middle. Pack starting to pick up some speed now. And just as I say that, absolutely locking down as Nemesis approaches the pack. Nemesis working right through. Looks like we'll collect 2 points in the pocket before calling it off. Quick hit it and clit it jam for jam number 6. If you head over to the Chinook City merch booth, you can pick up raffle tickets. Lots of amazing prizes, including a dine-in stay package from the Carriage House, 4 general admission tickets to Callaway Park, gift certificate for Fitness Ninja, gift certificate to No Table. Lots of prizes to be had. Stevie Whips picking up that lead advantage for Rocky View Rebels. Sour Patch working furiously in this pack. Rocky View with a strong formation, just moving seamlessly in front. Windy City moving in, giving some offense while simultaneously blocking Stevie Whips. So Stevie Whips puts up 4 points. Stevie Whips back into the fray. Working to avoid those lines as much as possible. As tempting as they look, that can be the danger zone. And of course, as I say that, Stevie Whips reporting to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. We will go the full 2 minutes. I think this might be our first 2-minute jam of the game. Star now passed to Sheshi, now being escorted to the top of that second apex by Mosquerade. Twist of the hips for Sheshi, trying to find some room to work with here. slowly getting that momentum and running away from Tenacious T, that last line of defense. Stevie Whips with fresh legs. Oh, almost through on that inside line. Tripped up briefly. There's that skin to concrete contact I was so dread. And through on that inside line again. Stevie Whips so sneaky, picking up another 4 points. Our jam clock slowly winding down. Cheshi getting bumped to the outside, bridge back along that first straightaway. And our 2 minutes has fully elapsed. A huge jam for the Rocky View Rebels. Even with Stevie Whips reporting to that penalty box, 16 points picked up in 2 minutes. 2 points going to the Windy City Wipeouts. That brings our total up to 73 versus Rocky View's 194. Penalty box currently sitting empty. Will be full of 5 versus 5 for jam number 8. Maskus is taking a chance with that star, and Kanikaze being sent to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. So it'll be a power jam in favor of Rocky View. Maskus is getting bumped to the outfield, but Rocky View doing a great job not letting Windy City bridge her back too far. Maskus is running on all cylinders on the outside line, will be awarded lead advantage after a hard-fought 30-some seconds. Shredder with the knockout on Maskus and the bridge back almost to turn number 2. Looks like Kislamia able to fix that skate issue. I believe it was a truck that was broken during that first half. Always good to see people back. Maskus is now being sent to our penalty box, so power jam now in favor of the Windy City Wipeouts. Kanikaze slowly working her way through this pack. Beautiful offensive assist by Shredder there. Kanikaze fighting right up the middle, puts 4 on the board. We'll have our second 2-minute jam of the game. Jam clock slowly winding down. Bodies hitting the floor as we round turn number 1 and 2. Kanikaze getting worked over by the Rocky View Rebels. Opting to remove the star, plot out the next move, and it does look like Kislamia will receive that star. Will be our new jammer of record as jam number 8 winds down to its final moments. Maskus with fresh legs out of that penalty box, able to put 4 on the board. Windy City answering with 6 points of their own. We've got just over 17 minutes left in this second half. Coming up after this game on track number 2, we're going to see the NF Bombs take on High Altitude, followed by West Coast Spirit and the Windy City Wipeouts once again. Then Team Northern BC will take on Team Ontario to round off the evening. Jackrabbit, our lead jammer for Windy City Wipeouts. Spare Me getting knocked to the outfield. Howabunga with the bridge back all the way to turn number 3. Looks like being supported by Lollichops there. Excellent track awareness by the Windy City Wipeouts, bridging back as far as humanly possible as allowed in Derby. As humanly possible would probably be a lot further. Spare Me opting to remove the star, plotting out the next move, but Howabunga and Lollichops are not going to make it easy for Spare Me to approach this pack. Howabunga with the knock to the infield now on Spare Me. Spare Me working backwards on this track. The out-of-play call forces Rocky View Rebels to let Jackrabbit go with another 4 points in the pocket. Spare Me getting knocked to the outfield, and it'll be Marvelicious this time with the bridge back. Pack doing a good job of keeping the action contained to turns 3 and 4. Sperry trying to tiptoe on that inside line, but knocked to the infield. Bridge back once again by Marvelicious and Lollychops. No pack call does force the Rebels to let Jackrabbit go with 4 more points in the pocket. Jackrabbit having enough of that jam. A hard-earned 16 points for the Windy City Wipeouts, inching closer to that triple-digit mark. Rocky View Rebels holding strong at 198. Almost at that double century mark. Who is going to get to the next 100 points first? Only time will tell. Possibly in jam number 10. It's like Cheshi and Tenacious T, our next jammers of record, if I'm not mistaken. Tenacious T at the top of that pack, and yes, it will be the Rocky View Rebels with lead advantage. Cheshi taking a hit to that infield. Most regular delivering that hit. Bodies tumbling for half a second. Luckily, everyone was back up and into the action. It's a jumble of bodies here as we approach turn number 1. Windy City Wipeouts moving almost effortlessly in front of Tenacious T. T managing to absorb most of those hits, but getting forced to the outside. Oh, Sour Patch trying to hop that apex after receiving a star pass, but does incur the cut track penalty, so we will have a power jam in favor of Rocky View. One left to beat for Tenacious T along the far straightaway. Punch bugging not making him an easy feat to accomplish. Pat getting nice and stretched out along turn number 2. Does look like that pack stretched out will incur a trip to the penalty box for Howabunga. That'll be 2 skaters for Windy City Wipeouts, who are now at 95 points. Rocky View holding strong, 202. Rocky View sending out Speedy Petey for this power start. Mystic moving in to provide some offensive assistance to Speedy Petey. Windy City Wipeouts, though, quick to reform at the front of this pack. Shredder here, that first line of defense. Windy City ready and waiting, and April Sowers helping to clear that outside line. Speedy Petey will be our lead jammer here in jam number 11. Sour Patch dancing through this pack, opting to remove the star, and we will see a jam from Shredder, if Speedy Petey allows it. Petey getting worked over by Howabunga here. Bridge back to the top of that apex. Shredder through, able to pick up 4 points. Windy City Wipeouts now knocking at that century mark. Shredder getting a bump to the outfield by She-Hulk, that first line of defense on behalf of Rocky View. A spin of the hips by Shredder and a bit of a push forward for Howabunga. Jammers now currently neck in neck. Shredder coming back into the fray and doing some fancy footwork / dance moves. That was a nice pirouette, and luckily did not do the splits, because I don't know if any of us were ready for that. It's never fun to involuntarily do the splits. It's like we have got 2 in our genuine sponsored penalty box on the Rocky View side, 1 for the Windy City side, so slight pack advantage going to Windy City. So we head into jam number 12. Huge jam, last jam for Windy City. 11 points, bringing them up to 106. Jackrabbit taking another chance with the star. Nemesis, though, with that fancy moves on the inside line. But Jackrabbit is hot on their trail. The jammer race is underway. It'll be a tiny pack to contend with. Oh no, looks like Nemesis being sent to our penalty box. So power jam in favor of Jackrabbit, who is our lead. Lead did go to Nemesis, but unfortunately that penalty means no lead can be awarded. That lead honor goes to Jackrabbit, putting up another 4 on the board. Both teams now back at full strength. Nemesis just absorbing hits from Sour Patch and Lollipops. Fireball trying to get that last piece of Jackrabbit as Jackrabbit emerges from the pack. Another huge jam for Windy City Wipeouts that adds 12 points to their total to 118. Windy City definitely starting to come back in the second half, showing us what they're made of. Windy City will get another opportunity to play not the next game, but the game after against the West Coast Spirit. Adislam taking a chance with that star for Rocky View will be our first jammer free of the pack. Amigacha taking a bump to that infield and bridged back by Executioner, but quick to get back into the fray. Amigacha trying to pass off that star, but unfortunately did not get the chance to do so. It just wasn't in the cards that time. Was able to pass it, though, to Cheshi. Adislam just absorbing these hits. Windy City Wipeouts now at the top of the pack. Adislam having to push them to their out-of-play limit. Let's see if that can happen. Adislam does find room up the middle. 4 more on the board for Rocky View. Cheshi now free of that pack, able to put that star cover on and hopefully score some points. We shall see. Adislam assessing the situation, opting to keep this jam going just for a little bit. Killer Cupcake knocking Cheshi out to that outfield and bridge the long way back to that pivot line. Back getting nice and stretched out as we come around turn number 2. The no pat call forces Windy City to let Adislam go with 4 more points. Windy City losing 1 blocker to our Genuine-sponsored penalty box. Cheshi taking a trip to the infield. Back into the fray. A strong formation being put up by Rocky View Rebels. Let's have ourselves an official timeout here while our medics tend to our skaters. As always, a huge thank you to our medics for volunteering and keeping our skaters nice and safe this weekend. Jeez, Mom. No need to breathe. We're back to the action. Jam number 14, most grade. Donning the start for Rocky View. Wasting no time to secure lead advantage. It's like Kislamia taking another chance with the start. Nemesis there with that last line of defense. Kislamia just absorbing that hit and now ready to put on some pressure to Rocky View. Most grade able to outmaneuver Kraken and Shredder. Shredder trying to open up that inside line, but Rocky View ready and waiting to fill that gap on the track. Slamming now using those beautiful lateral movements on those recently repaired trucks. Kislamia trying to run up that inside line, that does get tripped up before being able to re-enter. Kislamia getting worked over along this back straightaway there. Removes the star and a beautifully executed star pass. We'll see Kanakazi, our new jammer record for Windy City. Bodies tumbling and most grade doing some fancy feet. Gets through, puts 4 on the board. Looks like might be some skate hardware problems at the conclusion of that jam there, if I were to hazard a guess. Skate hardware and getting knocked around. So we'll have ourselves an official timeout. Just over 5 minutes left in this second half. Rocky View Rebels sitting at 239, Windy City Wipeouts 126. Coming up after this, we are going to see NF Bombs taking on High Altitude from Arizona. Followed by that will be another junior game with the Windy City Wipeouts versus West Coast Spirit, rounding off tonight with our women's division, Northern BC taking on Team Ontario here on track number 2. Don't forget, tonight is the fundraising shenanigans game taking place at 7 p.m. over at track number 1. Lots of fun rules and ways to mess around with skaters and the happenings of the game. So don't forget to buy tickets for the pool party rules. Looks like it'll be the Mystic jamming next for the Rocky View Rebels, opting to take a little downtime at the jam line, because, you know, why not? I believe that is Jackrabbit with the star for Windy City Wipeouts, if I'm not mistaken. Mystic trying to run up that inside line, but it looks like Cowabunga there with enough to get that no pass, no point, no lead awarded to Mystic. Lead will go to Jackrabbit. Mystic now assessing the situation, eagerly awaiting Jackrabbit's arrival. Trying to do that first line of defense, escorting them to that Rocky View Rebels 3-wall. Pretty well supported by an extra. The Mystic now about a quarter track ahead of Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit in full control of this jam number 15. Windy City Wipeouts regaining all of their skaters to the track, so full 5 versus 5. Gets through, collects all 4 points, and decides to keep on going. Mystic absorbing that hit from Cowabunga, not going to be taken to the infield this time. Pack starting to pick up speed as Jackrabbit approaches. Jackrabbit, though, taking a half step out of bounds, enough to force that recycle. Rocky View Rebels ready and waiting for Jackrabbit's arrival as Mystic skates on through for another 4 points. Jackrabbit opts to bring that to a conclusion. 16-point jam for the Rocky View Rebels, bringing them up to 255. 9 points added to Windy City, bringing them up to 135. Sour Patch donning the star at our Trail Appliances jam line. Adislam positioning for a running start. Windy City Wipeouts were ready and waiting with a formation to capture Adislam. Sour Patch fighting furiously along that outside line. Nicely open lane number 1. One hit Willow getting a chunk of Sour Patch's speed, but Sour Patch perseveres, gets on through. Windy City Wipeouts losing one blocker to our Genuine sponsored penalty box as Sour Patch comes back into the fray. Picking off these blocker points one by one, moving all over this track. All kinds of lateral movements. The pack stretched to its absolute maximum, forces Rocky View Rebels to let Sour Patch go with another 4 points on the board. Just a revolving door of penalties here. Looks like Adislam also reporting to our penalty box, so it'll be Power Jam in favor of Windy City. Sour Patch now in full control of this jam number 16. It's a micro pack for Sour Patch to contend with. Not going to be an easy feat to accomplish, though. Rocky View Rebels just moving all over. Excellent track awareness. Sour Patch being held up at the back of this pack by Stevie Whips, not letting her approach. Sour Patch getting instructions from the bench and does call it in the nick of time. Looks like it'll be 8 points more added to Windy City Wipeouts, bringing them up to 143. Rocky View Rebels holding strong at 257. We have just over 2 minutes left in the second half. Looks like our penalty box currently sitting empty, so we are 5 versus 5. Of course, as I say that, the whistle blows and the penalty is assessed. This is not the way it goes. Tenacious T, our lead jammer of record, Jackrabbit fighting furiously through this pack. Coming up against April Sowers, who does some matrix moves along that outside. Unchallenged virtually, Tenacious T through for a quick 4 points. Jackrabbit still fighting with all of her might and does complete that star pass. She-Hulk and Nemesis were ready and waiting. Volley Chop's able to hop over the skates of Nemesis and get through for that initial. Now it's just the task of putting your star cover on while skating as fast as you possibly can. Volley Chop's approaching that pack just as those 4 whistles blow. Doesn't look like any points will be awarded. 12 points going to the Rocky View Rebels. Looks like we might have time for one more jam in this game. Don't forget to go check out our vendors after this. Go check out the Chinook City merch table. They've got merchandise and raffle tickets available. Heading into Jam 18, we've got the Mystic, but Kanakaze is out first. Lead advantage. Mystic, though, hot on her trail. Pack setting themselves up around turn number 2, eagerly waiting Kanakaze and Mystic's arrival. Punch Buggy trying to get that inside line covered, but the Mystic was just too quick on that one. Our period clock now expired. We are running solely on jam time. Pack getting held up right around turn number 3. The Mystic doing a beautiful spin move. Gets through, secures another 4 points. Kanakaze able to pass the star off. It'll be Punch Buggy, your new jammer record, and I believe we will go the full 2 minutes, which is another just under a minute more. Punch Buggy able to find room on that outside line, putting up 4 points to the Windy City Wipeouts. Windy City Wipeouts absolutely locking down on the Mystic as Punch Buggy comes in, poised to score some more points. Speedy Petey there with the knock to the infield. Punch Buggy, though, perseveres, puts up another 4 points, just racking up these points. We now have a power jam in favor of Windy City. Our jam clock winding down to its final seconds. Punch Buggy getting knocked out and bridged all the way back to turn number 4 by Masquerade. Able to run up that inside line, absorbing the hit from Mascasis, does get past. Looks like it'll be the full 4-point pass, and we have ourselves our unofficial score. Windy City Wipeouts 159, Rocky View Rebels 278. We'll just wait for our officials to make sure everything is officially official before concluding this game. That rolling whistle means things are just about officially official. Come on down trackside and get your free high fives from these 2 amazing teams. If you didn't have enough of the Windy City Wipeouts, you can catch them again. They'll be playing at 5:15, just after the NF Bombs versus High Altitude. So our score now final. Thank you everybody for sticking around. I have been Sonia Blade. Stay tuned. We've got more derby action coming at you.
Welcome to our next game. We got the NFRD Bombs taking on Hard, the high altitude roller derby Dark Sky Starlets. And let's just pull up this for the people at home. Roster Team 1. Show. Skating in blue. Or no, I guess, yeah, blue. We got the nuclear free bombs. We got 111, Joe Means Joe. 1129, Repeat. 14, Cakes. 22, Sriracha. 30, Rip. 315, Toast and Jam. 40, Punchy. 4242, Smash and Dash. 4468, Buns. 476, Bell. 56, Mac Daddy. 713, Rennie. 75, Bam. 8, Dame Tamer. 87, Betty Davis Eyes. 89, Emsky Hammer. And 911, Killerella. So if you click show again. Yep, so yeah, go across to show.
And for your high altitude roller derby Dark Sky Starlets, you have number 0, the Knockout. Number 13, Murphy's Law. Number 142, Meals on Wheels. Number 314, Pi R Squared. Number 4, Papa Wheelie. 45, Kate Smush. 76, Little Evil. Number 911, Eager Beaver. Number 11, Destruction. 1414, Kid Radical. 24, Glitter Bomb. 321, Vivian Slaya. 420, Novocaine. 750, Gin and Toxic. And your captain, number 802, Mow You Down.
Oh, look at that. We're jumping the gun. It wasn't not even time to first whistle, and we're catching them early. You click this so we get that off. So then it comes off the screen.
And the first jam's underway. We have Bet David's Eyes versus IR Scared on the jammer line.
The Trail Appliances sponsored jammer line.
Nah. Bet's out with lead. Coming in for a scoring lap. Just one to beat, but that one to beat is Dame Tamer. Recycled all the way back is Pyar Scared. Tripods moving up against each other, doing some passive offense as you do.
Davis knocked out by the knockout and recycled back a bit.
Star Pass being called as not the jammer, not complete Star Pass. But it looks like they were able to pull it off after. And our new jammer is number 802, Mow You Down. Bet calling it off for a total of 7 points for the NF Bombs in the first jam of this game.
Oh, 4 points. They got one more in there.
Oh, yeah, snuck that in. Oh, and first penalty of the game, Gin and Toxic in the box. Slight blocker advantage for the NF Bombs. So let's see if Smash and Dash can capitalize on it. But Glitter Bomb's putting a huge push. Both jammers out, Smash and Dash in the lead. Glitter Bomb chasing a quarter track behind.
Smash and Dash telling the team to get skating.
Jam refs call 0-0.
When you get that lead jam, your goal is to get as many points or more than the other team. So 0-0 is a good jam. That jam was so fast, Gin and Toxic didn't even get cleared from the box.
Still standing, though.
The Genuine. penalty box.
On the jammer line for the NF Bombs, we have Sriracha out for lead. Fighting their way through the pack, Vivian Slaya cycled on the outside. It's a hop, and Sriracha makes it over the apex. Quick 4 points.
Sriracha held up there a little bit by Repeat and Kate Smush. Still able to get through.
Vivian Slaya finally out on her initial lap, looking to score some points.
Total 11 on that one for Sriracha, brings the Bombs up to 19. Dark Sky Starlets at 0.
Jamming this time, it's Joe Meets Joe versus Little Evil. Little Evil out for the Starlets' first lead jam.
Joe giving chase.
Tries to find an outside line, but the NF Bombs knock her out, leaving 0 points for both teams.
And we're back to, that is Betty Davis Eyes, going up against, I should know that already, that is Pyr Squared. Pyr Scared, sorry. Oh, I did it.
He fell for it.
Fell for it.
Bet pushing up against a tripod. A little bit of toe stop work, but one of those toes goes out. A veritable scrum around corner 2. Bet looking for a new line on the inside, but boom, those tripods are reforming faster and they're being broken up.
Pie pushed on that tripod. That's Emsky Bam and who's the third one? Toast and Jam.
Bet finally out for lead after almost a minute. Picks up 4 points.
Pyre Scared has taken off that star. Looking to either sneak through or pass that star, and they do.
Yeah, it looked like the pass is live this time, but they were caught up by Emsky Hammer as well as Bam.
That's Gin and Toxic now with the star.
Makes it through with a 180 along the apex.
Davis puts up 4 more for 16 on that jam to bring the Bombs to 35.
Lining up on the Trail Appliances jam line, we have Glitter Bomb versus Smash and Dash.
Smash and dash. Lives up to their name and gets through that line of blockers.
Glitter Bomb reset against a tripod right at the back of the pack while Smash and Dash smashes and dashes their way up. Fantastic defensive shapes by both teams here.
Excellent work, but it looks like Mow You Down is now headed to the box.
For a forearm. Rennie out alone in front. Ties up Glitter Bomb for a moment, but she's out.
Just spinning and staying in the way.
Smash and dash spinning to call it off, making it look easy.
Sriracha now lining up on the Trail Appliances jam line. Going up against Vivian Slaya. I think this is Vivian's first jam of the day.
Hey, and a first lead as well for Vivian Slaya.
Quick hit, spin, and call.
And that is the first point on the board for the Dark Sky Starlets. Well earned. Exactly one. Exactly 1 point.
Exactly one. And we got an official timeout. Oh, and we got a score correction. It was 3 points there for the Dark Sky Starlets. They did get past 2 more skaters. The jam ref wasn't sure at first. Corrected by those outside pack refs. Mow You Down starting in that genuine penalty box.
Jamming, we got Joe Means Joe, who really wants lead after her last jam and earns it. Not far behind is Eager Beaver, being both eager and a beaver. Unfortunately, going to the genuine penalty box for a cut. This is a power jam for the NF Bombs. Let's see how many points Joe can put up.
Oh, they got a procedural as well.
Oh, so it'll be a full minute of penalty.
Joe looking to open up. Has 8 so far, looking for more.
Joe calling for offense, and boom, the NF Bombs are in.
Joe's in and through. Now at 12. Looking to make it 16.
So far, I believe the tournament record on a jam is 29 points scored by Chris Myass.
When was that? Was that last night at the...
No, that was this morning against us.
They were playing for Medicine Hat?
Yeah, Chris was playing for Med Hat. But back to this game, Joe threw again, challenging that record, 22 seconds to do it.
I don't think they'll get it because that's 3 laps that they need at least.
Oh, but Joe's pretty quick.
Joe's like, I'm going to stop at 24.
Yeah.
The 29's coming.
Yeah, she's still at 7 seconds. Who knows what could have happened. But that big 24-point jam brings the NF Bombs up to a staggering 67. To Dark Sky Starlets, 3 points.
Little Evil now on the line going against Davis. Davis quick through. On the inside, gets a signal from Sonya here on third base. I guess it's Blade, not Sonya Blade anymore.
First scoring lap for Davis. Little Evil is still fighting that tripod, finding a new line on the inside, but getting knocked down by Rennie.
Davis maybe heard us talking about the 29 being the record and now going to gun for it.
Ooh, very nice offense there, opening up the back.
Davis plows through. 12. Little Evil still looking for that initial pass. Emsky in there smashing up that tripod, giving Davis that space. Davis stretching out that pack. Now at 20, 30 seconds. It's possible. Looks like now Emsky's in the box, so they are short one blocker.
Oh, and that'll take that offense away.
Emsky was providing all that blocking for all that offense for Davis, helping them get through that pack. And their presence is missed, you can see.
With 4 seconds left, you got to wonder, is it a better idea to drop one off the tripod at the back and maybe send them up for offense?
Oh, looks like the Dark Sky Starlets are calling a timeout. While this timeout's on, we'll show everyone at home the penalties as they are going right now. It just shows you what everyone is and what penalties they are. We can check out the bombs.
Pretty light on penalties so far this game. Terrific job to be a quarter in.
There was a game the other day, it just happened where like 6 or 7 players didn't even have penalties. Like at 5 minutes left.
Why is this transition?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was it. When did that happen?
I don't know.
It was like that when we got here.
Oh, shit.
So the whole game. Yeah.
Well, I guess the folks at home didn't see anything. Hello,
But I
folks at
hope
home.
they were hearing us.
This is a sanction play? No, they would have heard anything.
Okay.
I did get the video, though, which is also recording to this.
Perfect. Well, welcome to the game, everyone who is not here in attendance. We are 15 minutes into the NF Bombs versus this Dark Sky Starlets. Bombs sitting at 90, Starlets at 3. Smash and Dash out for a lead versus Pi R Squared, who is now past the star to mow you down. Team captain.
Smash and Dash opts to call that jam off. Looks like Sriracha's now lining up on the line again now for the bombs. I can't see the... Oh, there it is.
Glitter bomb for the Dark Sky Starlets. Oh, pushing through. Looking for it. And lead.
Just past Toast and Jam.
Oh, approaching the back. Looking to increase their points on board. Gets by everybody, and the Jam Ref is showing the full 4.
More than doubles their score to 7. Joe Means Joe lining up on the Trail Appliances jam line.
Versus Vivian Slaya. Joe pushes through for lead. Nice safe 2-3 approach in the middle of the track. Vivian Slaya taking a cut track penalty will be reporting to the Genuine penalty box, leaving Joe Means Joe on another power jam.
That
A
was
quick
Kid Radical getting in the way of Joe. Might have regretted it a little bit.
Joe mixing up the calls, calling for offense this time. And then freezing Vivian Slaya in the penalty box. With that jam, Joe takes the NF bombs over the century mark to 104.
Just over 12 minutes. Betty Davis is now jamming again for the bombs.
They get a power jam start, but it's not going to be very long. But Bet Davis Eyes doesn't need very long to earn lead. Jammer. Cakes attempts a block on the outside, but Vivian says, no, I'm taking this line. A timely call off by Bet Davis Eyes. Looks like no additional points on that one. But 4 for the NF bombs.
Opens up a 100-point lead, 108-7.
Smash and dash out of the pack before we even announce their name. Eager Beaver, eager to catch up.
Big cheer from that when they got through.
Smash and dash attempting to bait the whole pack to the outside so that our team can do some offense on the in. But the Starlets did not fall for it, and she was only able to pick up 2 points. On the jam line this time, we have Sriracha versus Little Evil. Little Evil knocked out on the outside. Sriracha quick through for lead.
Right through the middle.
The middle's safe. The middle's good.
That's Gin and Toxic now sitting in the Genuine penalty box.
Cut track being called on Little Evil. Gin and Toxic has some company.
Sriracha was bumped there. That was, who's 4-2? Novocaine and Kate Smush, but able to stay up on that outside apex.
Beautiful offense by the NF bombs, giving Sriracha an easy pass.
Meals and Wheels, not Kate Smush, not Novocaine.
Little Evil back out on the track. NF bombs have a tight tripod back there. The pack's getting stretched out. No one's getting any offense. Sriracha doesn't need it. Woo, lifts one leg. Just wheels on through for 4 more points.
Oh, we're getting close to that 29.
Little Evil still working on their initial pass.
Sriracha dancing on that outside line, still able to stay in.
28, only a couple of seconds left. Whoa! Another huge jam for the NF Bombs.
Not quite enough time to get around. Let's see. Maybe I'll pull up points for jam. I'll just show you. And everything just pops over onto the screen.
That's pretty cool.
You just got to make sure when you put something up on the screen, you clear it before the game starts.
We got Joe Means Joe out again and almost out for lead. There it is. Versus Pi Squared. Joe scrubbed some speed before hitting the pack. Pi Squared now out and looking for points. Joe taking it easy, trying to burn some game clock before calling it off.
Get a little bit of time. Put up your 4 and call it.
It's a great way to give everyone on the bench a little bit more rest and to burn down some more game clock.
I usually keep it on my roster penalty. So that way if there's ever an injury, you just click show and it'll block the screen.
Yeah, just so it's quick.
Unless it's like right on the corner.
Yeah,
Just happened once or twice.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's just static cams.
Yeah.
In years past, we've had.
Yeah, kind of pivot it. And this is now Benny Davis Eyes against Glitter Bomb. And Glitter Bomb gets, I do believe that is the 3rd lead of the day for Dark Sky.
Glitter Bomb's having a fantastic game.
And it's a power jam as Davis is in the box now.
Oh, let's see how many points Dark Sky Scarlets can rack up. Oh, Glitter Bomb stays in. Outside line to inside line and points.
Dancing with that line.
You got Bell trying to lead them in, then playing some counter offense.
Glitter Bomb.
Rolling off the opposition.
Has put up 8 now, is more than double their score.
Oh.
And they got the full 4 in there, snuck it in.
Huge jam and a great line on the inside for Glitter Bomb. Bring the Dark Sky Starlets up to 19 points. Next on the jam line, it's Smash and Dash versus Vivian Slaya.
Smash and Dash just had to get past, that is, the knockout, and does.
Vivian's got the star stashed. Oh, but I think that's Emsky who took them out on the inside. Smash and Dash looking for where that line is and being like, you know what? Let's just go in behind everyone. It's safe.
It was looking like they were going to call it, like, weren't sure.
I'm glad they made the right choice not to call it off. Vivian Slay is still on their initial. Looks like Rennie's going to the penalty box for a direction. Smash and Dash using their own team to weave through the pack. Very effective strategy.
Punchy giving a little whip to Smash and Dash through the pack.
Punchy also going to the penalty box for a direction. Oh, sorry, Rennie's penalty was a low block.
8 points on that jam for Smash Nets, puts the Bombs at 150. 19 for the Dark Sky Starlets. 131 separating these teams. Bombs will be starting this with 2 blockers in the box, it looks like. As Rennie is still in the box. Soon to be released.
Sriracha's out versus Eager Beaver. Both these jammers don't spend a lot of time on their initials.
And Eager Beaver able to take advantage of those two blockers in the box.
Sriracha right behind for some jammer on jammer. Real good blocking, consistent, not just that one hit that you sometimes see. Guides Eager Beaver right into the pack.
Sriracha able to sneak one in. 19 for the Starlets. Joe coming out against Pyar scared. Ooh. Keep fumbling over that.
At least Flustercluff's not playing.
There's I think Cutie Sly plays for Saskatchewan. I mess their name up all the time.
Joe means Joe versus Pyar Squared. Pyar Squared out in front, only Cakes to beat. Out
Nope,
of play.
that call gets a...
Pyar Squared is your lead jammer. Some beautiful offense on the outside.
That was one destruction there. Making that space.
Puts a fantastic 4 more points up for the Dark Sky Starlets.
This is now Betty Davis Eyes and Glitter Bomb. Glitter Bomb, quick short work. That was like 2 seconds to get through that pack.
I think I've seen an increase in the rotation for Glitter Bomb, and it is very well deserved. Lunges through those blockers.
How many did they get past? Looks like the jam ref is counting, checking.
Now, the tough thing about that is with that lunge, you have to make sure that your knee isn't touching the ground as you pass the opposing players. If the knee's down, no points. If the knee's up, you got them all.
And there's 4 points. Bring them up to 27.
Looks like Bam's starting this jam in the genuine penalty box for a direction of gameplay. We'll see if Vivian Slaya can capitalize on this smaller NF Bomb pack, or if Smash and Dash is going to get out first.
And Smash and Dash does just that.
Ooh, some tight toe stop work on the outside line, but it wasn't enough. It was this time the exact same line.
It was like I was watching a replay of the last jam, except they stayed in bounds. Or the last pass, not the last jam.
Smash and Dash calls it off, picking up just the 1 point, but it was long enough to get her teammate Bam out of the penalty box.
We're waiting. No one calls a timeout.
That's your halftime.
At halftime, don't forget to go and check out the CCRD web table there. Get some shenanigans in there for the shenanigans game taking place at 7 o'clock today. It is the pool themed. You can purchase a variety of rules. There are limited rules. Like there's only X number of rules to buy. Like I know there's only 3 wipeouts and so forth. Have some fun. And are you playing in that game, Doug?
I'm not playing in that game, but I have seen the rosters, and it will be a game to watch.
You gonna ref that game? I think they're short refs.
Oh, that sounds nice. That'd be fun.
We'll see everyone back in 10 minutes.
All right. 1 minute left to go until period 2 of this NF Bombs versus Dark Sky Starlets game gets underway.
Now, if you see when I was showing the scale or the points per jam from those last few jams, high altitude there put up 20 points in the last 6 jams to only 10 for the bombs. They were able to close that gap a little bit. Hoping to keep that pace.
Absolutely. Stepping up on the jam line for jam number 1 of the second period, we have Sriracha versus Pyar Scared. Not an uncommon matchup from the first period. 5 seconds is called.
They liked it so much, let's do it some more.
Pyar Scared getting a huge run up at the back, but mired down by a big tripod of NF bombs. Sriracha dealing with a similar tough shape in the back. Pyar Squared pushing, just sledge pulling the front tripod. They're dropping off.
Bell Dame and Killerella. 3 solid blockers there for the bombs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but Bell was able to get that final knockout and full recycle to the back. Packs turned more into a scrum.
And we finally have ourselves a lead jammer, and it's Pyar Scared.
Seems Sriracha was just waiting for her to leave and then immediately exits after.
Pi was able to score 1 point in there.
That means Dark Sky Starlets are winning this period.
Carrying on that momentum they had from the final couple jams of the first half.
I see Glitter Bomb and Joe Means Joe on the line. Both these jammers had a fantastic first period. Joe's pushing through for a lead.
Just gets past Kate Smush there.
Glitterbomb finds her way out, but Joe Means Joe calls it off.
Yeah, it looks like we got an official timeout. While this time is going, we'll also remind you that the scoreboard announcements are brought to you by the Youth Singers of Calgary and the Men's Roller Derby Association Championship taking place in Salem, Oregon this year.
Up in the jam line is Betty Davis Eyes versus Vivian Slaya. Davis out for lead. Vivian absolutely snakes her way through. Oh, but is called out for a cut track penalty. Going to the Genuine sponsored penalty box.
Genuine sponsored the penalty box and also reffing a bunch of games this weekend.
I did really love the irony of that. I'm truly enjoying this.
It'd be better if Jen was reffing these games as well. Go to my penalty box.
Davis coming around for a scoring pass. Indicates she wants to hit first and then have the offense. Seems to be a good call because she's out with 4 points. Jammers sizing each other up as they approach the pack.
We gonna do this? We gonna do this? Yep.
The answer is always yes.
Owen Bell's headed to the Genuine penalty box.
One more point for the NF Bombs, leaving them with 9 for the Jam. 165 total for the game versus the Dark Sky Starlets 28.
That's Smash and Dash on the Trail Appliances Power Jammer line. Going up against Little Evil.
Smash and Dash leaning up against that tripod, really putting the pressure on for getting lead. Little Evil chasing her down. And she calls it off before Little Evil can pick up those points at the back of the pack.
Able to pick up all 4 themselves.
Sriracha versus Pi R Squared. I swear these teams are lining them up against each other.
I'm not complaining because there's been some pretty awesome jams happening between these two.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that gap. It's less than 10 feet, and Pi R Squared keeps on shortening the distance.
Comes up right beside Sriracha. Sriracha has no choice but to call that jam off.
Next up on the jam line, it's Joe Means Joe versus Glitter Bomb again. Both teams very consistent jammer rotations.
Directional call to Cakes.
Joe is out for lead, followed by Glitter Bomb.
Rennie decides to give Cakes company in the Genuine penalty box. Taking a multiplayer.
Leaving only 2 for Glitter Bomb to get by.
And we got Kate Smush headed to the box. First half was pretty penalty free.
Yeah, it seems like they're making up for lost time. Glitterbomb finds an inside line for 4 points. Joe still looking, but only 2 left in the front. Calls it off after spinning a full 360.
Spinning and calling. That was a full 8 points each on that jam. Betty Davis Eyes is going to be jamming for the bombs. And Vivian Slayer.
Looks like Vivian Slayer's made it to the front, but still behind the full tripod of Emsky, Damon, Killerella.
Able to keep those feet in and stay in bounds. And secures lead.
Betty Davis Eyes now out and cover back on, hoping to score some points before it can be called off. Starlets put up another couple points on that one, bringing their total to 38.
Eager Beaver going against Smash and Dash. Eager to get that lead jam.
They did last time, so let's see if they can repeat. Smash and Dash doesn't want that to happen, but Beaver again out right behind. NF Bombs taking setup in the back.
Smash and Dash, or sorry, that was Eager Beaver knocked out by Buns.
Smash and Dash going for one more lap. I'm a huge fan of this strategy. Trust in your blockers. Trust that you can keep it going and get your blockers out of the box. Clean for the next jam.
I think Dame was in the, or what was that? Dame or Toast and Jam that was in the box. They wanted to make sure they clear that box too. If you can kill some time, kill some time.
It sets your lines up right. It gives all the breaks that you need appropriately.
Like Smash and Dash got knocked out, and instead of skating all the way to the back of the pack, I'll just call it instead.
Starting this jam, Sriracha versus Pyre Squared. Scared. Pyre scared. Pyre scared up at the front. Up in a sandwich of Cakes and Remy. Pushes their way through for lead jam.
The knockout is headed to the box. Little head fake there by Pyre Scared. Knocked down by Punchy and just calls off that jam.
Starting jam 9, I see Glitter Bomb versus Joe Meets Joe on the Trail Appliances jam line. Joe pushing through at the front. Getting lead jam and forcing a multiplayer block on Meals on Wheels. Or the knockout.
Joe Meets Joe only had one more blocker to get past and does.
Glitter Bomb trying to find an outside line and does. Joe out quick behind. Looking at the box, saying, wait, I don't want to kill time. They're in the penalty box.
Give Betty Davis eyes a little bit of a pack advantage. We're back. Vivian Slaya going up against Betty Davis eyes.
Vivian rolling on the inside, but Betty Davis eyes is out for lead jammer.
Davis through on the outside, calls off that jam. Squid gonna just check with Mansplainer Mac, confirm how many skaters they got past before they called off that jam. Slaya did get the full 4. Davis got 3. The knockout starting this jam in the Genuine penalty box.
Smash and Dash versus Little Evil on this jam. Smash big on the outside. Little Evil still stuck on the initial. Smash and Dash falls through the pack, only earning 2 points. We talked about that knee being down, passing your opponents earlier. This is that consequence.
You can see the ref was kind of shaking his head. No one can't give you the full 4. So Smash and Dash decides to get the full 4 on the next pass.
Little Evil being held behind this NF Bomb tripod until I said something, and they're out looking for points.
Finishing their initial pass. Smash and Dash just cruising away and calls off that jam.
Looks like Punchy's going to the penalty box.
Let's see what that was. Bombs are team 1. Punchy.
It's just been
Low block.
a lot of low blocks.
And we're back. Sriracha versus Pyar scared again.
Sriracha out with lead. Jammer. Pyar scared. Still has Bell to beat, but rolls around her. Sriracha dealing with a lot of skaters down in front of him, but takes a great shirt whip off of Killerella.
With the refs here on the outside discussing something. Looks like everything was groovy. No penalties are called.
Glitter Bomb and Joe Meets Joe jamming. Glitter Bomb out for lead. Joe just has one to beat, and she does on the inside line. Offense happening. Glitter Bomb stays inside by the edge of her toes and calls it off before Joe can hit the pack for 3 points.
Takes that hit by Guns and or I guess it's Buns now. No longer Guns Akimbo. When players change their name, it throws me off.
Betty Davis Eyes and Vivian Slaya on the jam lines. Vivian, quick recycle on the inside. Davis still moving up laterally, pushing through this big pack. Oh, Vivian smashes the NF Bombs tripod, but they are quick to reset.
Cakes and M-Ski.
Lead is earned by a shred of a hip, but she is knocked out. Team calls to call it off.
Send all the way back to that first corner past the jam line. Says, nah, I'm done. That was a long wait to get our lead jam established, too. Like, close to 30 seconds. Eager Beaver now going to be going against Smash and Dash.
The jam is underway. Both jammers pushing up. Eager Beaver finding an outside for lead. Just hopping over the hips.
Glances back quickly to see where Smash and Dash was.
Smash and Dash carrying Murphy's Law before the jam is called off.
A couple points puts them at 50 for Dark Sky Starlets. To 210 for the NF Bombs. I can do that math. That is 160 points. Sriracha going to be going against Pyre Scared again. Sriracha able to muscle the way through.
Pyre Scared, seeing Bam. And also the floor. Sriracha only get bumped a little on that first scoring pass.
Pie manages to pass off the star and then able to come in and catch Sriracha. Looks like they did take a directional. They were skating anti-derby direction when they made that hit. Just slightly. Change that angle a bit and it's a good hit.
Yep.
Change the angle a bit the other way and it's a bad hit.
It's tough on the corners.
And we got a timeout call by the Bombs. Don't forget, you can pick up your raffle tickets for $2. You can get pick your package that you want to try and win. You got the Carriage House Dine and Stay package, valued at over $350. Callaway Park general admission tickets for 4 people, valid for the 2025 season. Fits at Ninja, 5 open gym times. Notable local restaurant here in Calgary in Bowness. You can get a $50 gift certificate, a family membership for 1 year at the Hangar Museum, and a family mini golf package from Winsport. You can also still bid to pie a player. You can.
I believe Wolfblade Jr.'s up for this one, and I'd like to see a couple more bids on that name.
I think Dad. It's listed as Dad for $20 on Wolfblade right now.
Ooh.
Cinderfellas at $20 by me.
Nice.
And Pay the Pain is I think at $20 by or $20 or $15 by Crafter Math.
Definitely check that out. I believe it's happening right outside the front.
Just after the Shenanigans game, if I'm not mistaken.
Just one more shenanigan.
It should be right in the. It should be at halftime of Shenanigans game.
Joe Means Joe versus Glitter Bomb in Jam 18 of the second period.
Oh, nice little hop there on the inside by Glitter Bomb.
Joe coming around casually behind.
Another hop. Did not get past Rennie inbounds. So no points for either jammer. Betty Davis size. I think that is Vivian Slay. I don't think that is Glitter Bomb.
Yeah. Vivian Slayer out for lead.
Couple leads in a row for High Altitude. Slaya hits it and quits it. 4 points.
Yeah, she's really turned this game around for herself. Really coming up in the last couple jams. Four more points for the Dark Sky Starlets, leaving them at 54 versus NF Bombs 218. Smash and dash on the line versus Little Evil, who was in a real position to run at the pack.
Unfortunately, that pack is made up of Buns, Punchy, Rene, and Emsky Hammer. Solid line, but they do get through. That's 3 leads in a row for now for High Altitude.
Yeah. Another 0-0. Those NF Bombs know how to hold a jammer at the back of the pack.
This is one of the fastest moving games of the day.
Yeah. Only 7 minutes left in this game. And we're getting a team
And
timeout
just as I
called
s-
for the NF Bombs.
Just as I say that, someone calls a timeout. And don't forget, you can also vote for the Flat Track Fever 2025 Tournament MVP. I do believe there is a Google form that you can sign up for. It's on Facebook for those watching at home. For if you watch the action and you want to vote for someone. And for those here in the crowd, there are QR codes you can see right by the entrance here. You can scan that. 1 vote per person. Nominate your favorite skater, and they win a $250 Rydell Skates gift certificate.
Ooh, that's pretty excellent.
I don't think any of these people need new skate gear. What? I have a feeling some people in this arena today have rooms full of skate equipment. Full.
Oh, but skate equipment begets more skate equipment.
There's our penalties for the bombs so far this game. And we'll switch. We'll show folks at home penalties for high altitude.
Pretty even. No one in major trouble so far.
No one even at 4.
Yeah. Sriracha and Pyre squared for Jam 21. Sriracha only 1 to beat, and she does. Lead jammer.
Sneaks through that Kid Radical 1 destruction sandwich.
Oh, Bell's been doing this all game. Sriracha goes for a big leap.
And there's
Pulls a high block penalty. Or a low block penalty.
on the knockout.
And Toast and Jam joining them in the genuine penalty box. Sriracha plieing her way or skate surfing
Just
through the pack.
Want to clear Toast out of that box, I think, before they call it.
Dame showing some amazing blocking.
And then
But earning a high block penalty for it.
Pyre Square got low enough that Dame's arm just caught the head.
Oh, it's tough. You got to be careful around shorter jammers.
I imagine that's what it's like blocking projectile. I can't believe they don't pull even more high block penalties than me.
Bro doesn't stay in the same place long enough.
True.
NF Bomb starting with both Bell and Dame in the penalty box, leaving only 2 on the track. Let's see what Glitter Bomb can do against 2. What they can do is get lead. Joe pushing, and opening up that inside lane for herself as Glitter Bomb approaches the pack. Rennie, a beautiful knock to the inside in a classic truck and trailer blocking style.
Glitterbomb wasn't able to pass the hips of Rennie there before they got knocked out. If they were, they would have scored 3 points because they would have got the points for the 2 blockers in the box.
High risk, high reward. Looks like 1 penalty has elapsed.
And I'm going to say 8 seconds.
But another has joined.
Kara was like, it looks pretty comfortable there. Let me join you.
The seats are pretty comfortable this year. Vivian Slaya out for lead.
I see they got padding on the penalty box this year. Nice padding for those in that genuine penalty box.
It's lovely. That's where the sponsorship went. A pass by the NF Bombs. I believe their first star pass of the game. And the Jam's called off before they can get around.
Vivian Slayer got cycled back and forced to call it.
but not before picking up another 4 points, bringing their total to 62. The Dark Sky Starlets are really making a comeback. Eager Beaver versus Smash and Dash. Smash out for lead again. Eager Beaver uncharacteristically taking a while to get out, but there it is.
Eager Beaver Mac now on their scoring pass. Dances through on the inside, chased down a bit by Punchy. Four points apiece. Smash and Dash looking to the penalty box and the bench for whether they should kill off this penalty.
Eager Beaver just making it out. Penalty box is now cleared as Smash and Dash approaches the pack.
Smash and Dash calls it off. Was able to put up 14 on this jam total to 8 for the Dark Sky Starlets.
It's a high scoring jam.
247 to 70. Just slightly over 2 minutes left. A little evil against, is that Sriracha?
I think so.
Yeah, Sriracha.
Oh, Cakes knocks Little Evil out on the outside.
They almost were free.
Giving her teammate Sriracha the lead for this jam.
And Kid Radical did take a penalty on there, so there's one fewer blocker on the track now for high altitude.
Sriracha keeps her options open and spins to the inside for 4 points. Some low tripods out there. Photographers got to go for a low angle.
Little Evil gets through, and that was 2 solid hits there by Kid Radical. Stopping Sriracha, making them call that jam. Looks like we should have enough time for one more jam.
Oh, and possibly a new matchup for the game. Glitterbomb versus Betty Davis Eyes.
It's not the first time we've seen these jammers, but the first time we've seen them go head-to-head, I think.
Davis out for lead. Glitterbomb looking to get by, but Emsky and Dame giving a lot of trouble.
Davis going low on the outside.
This is where Davis has to make the choice to either keep on pulling the jam before the period clock is run out or not. Glitterbomb's out for 4 points.
Davis calls it. Looks like they did get another 4 on that end of that jam. Your unofficial score is 263 to 74. Please wait for the rolling whistle before you come out for high fives. And then after this game, we got our next game on this track is going to be the West Coast Spirit taking on Windy City Wipeouts. Windy City Wipeouts playing their second game today. West Coast Spirit playing their second game today. And then to finish off our day on track 2 here, we got Team Northern BC versus Team Ontario at 7:15.
I've learned to show him back and pull back off penalties.
We'll see everyone back here in how long till the next game? 45 minutes. Or you can flip over to track 2 and watch the end of the game there.
It's a tight one.
3 minutes left, and it's tight. It's 150 to 147 for the Thrillers for Saskatoon. I think I might pop over there right now.
Thank you, everyone. I've been Doug Drillmore.
And I'm Evil Ash.
saw the note to meet outside. All right, almost ready to get underway for West Coast Spirit versus Windy City Wipeouts. I don't quite have a roster, so I will go through the full list of names. Number 27, Cheshi. 833, Jackrabbit. 9999, Short Halt. 61, Shredder. 278, Punch Buggy. 62, Kraken. 54, Sour Patch. 616, Soul. 711, Lollichops. 92, Butcher Barbie. 21, Kanakazi. 14, Amigacha. Number 5, Kislamya. 017, Soda Pop. 555, Bad Bats. 222, Octane. 44, Howabunga. And rounded up by number 33, Marvelicious. I will get to the West Coast Spirit roster after this jam. We've got Slayer donning the star for West Coast Spirit and Marvelicious for Windy City Wipeouts. And it'll be Slayer out first. Lead jam advantage goes to West Coast Spirit. Marvelicious picking up a cut track penalties. That'll be a power jam for this first jam here. Slayer getting knocked to the outside. Windy City able to not, West Coast able to not let Windy City bridge them back too far. Unfortunately, Howabunga also reporting to our Genuine sponsored penalty box for 30 seconds. Slayer trying to work their way up this back straightaway, but knocked out by Windy City. Forced to recycle right around turn number 2. And a twist of the hips will get Slayer through. First points on the board going to West Coast Spirit. Coming around across that Trail Appliances pivot line, right back where we started. Slayer has 2 left to beat, now 1. Hops over the skates of Kraken. Gets through, another 4 on the board. Marvelicious getting bumped to the outside and a bridge back by number 14. Can't quite tell which skater that is. I'll have to give them credit for that later. Slayer now fighting up against Kislamya. That gives the Kraken enough time to help facilitate their teammate. And a star pass to Howabunga gets a star free for Windy City Wipeouts. Looks like it'll be another 4 points added to the West Coast Spirit's total. Skating for West Coast Spirit, we have number 007, Tuffy. 02, Pinky. 102, Pearl Jam. 11, Cinderella. 123, Maggie Mayhem. 13, Tank. 14, Kitty Catapult. 16, Azka Jam. 211, Slayer. 26, Sugar Cube. 321, Sugar. 33, Poison Dart Frog. 555, Chaos. 56, Alita Battle Angel. 6, Evelina. 66, Brat-tastic. 68, Fifi Faux Fum. 77, Mad Max. 828, Lunar. Sugar Cube acquiring the second lead of jam number 2 here for West Coast Spirit. Unchallenged on that inside line. A quick 4 points picked up by West Coast. Kanakazi still battling their way through this pack as Tank reports to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. Kanakazi opting to remove that star, but unfortunately the pivot for Windy City reporting to that penalty box to join Tank. Sugar Cube finding room to run along that inside line. Another 4 points going to West Coast Spirit. And the sneaky star stash does get the star free on behalf of Windy City. Sugar Cube collecting another 4-point pass and calling it to a conclusion. A 16-point jam for West Coast Spirit, bringing their total up to 28. Looks like it'll be Cinderella donning the star next for West Coast Spirit and Lollichops for Windy City Wipeouts. 1 blocker apiece in our penalty box, so slight pack advantage will go to West Coast Spirit as Tank re-enters. Cinderella wasting no time, securing a 3rd lead in a row for West Coast Spirit. and absorbing that hit from Cheshi, but does step out of bounds just enough to get that cut track. So we will go the full 2 minutes here in jam number 3. Lollichops now with the initial pass, poised to put up the first points of the game for Windy City Wipeouts. Windy City blockers moving in to get some offensive assistance, try and give Lollichops a bit of an easier time through. Little post on that inside line helps get the first 4 points up for Windy City. Lollichops taking a quick tumble on that back straightaway, but quick to get back up. West Coast Spirit ready and waiting with a strong defensive formation. Lollichops attempting to call it off just for a brief moment because no lead has been awarded. Cinderella through with the first 4 points up for the jam. A virtual scrum along this back straightaway approaching turn number 3. Lollichops opting to remove that star. Unfortunately, Pivot seems a bit preoccupied. Jam clock slowly winding its way down. Cinderella in a bit of a collision along the back straight for turn number 4. And we'll be reporting to that penalty box. So power jam goes to Windy City Wipeouts as the star pass occurred. Sour Patch now our jammer of record, but will not get the opportunity to add any more points. Looks like it'll be 7 points total for Windy City Wipeouts and 7 for West Coast Spirit. Taking to our Trail Appliances jam line, we've got Jackrabbit on this power start for Windy City Wipeouts. Shredder moving in to provide some assistance, but it is Sugar at the back of the pack drawing first blood on Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit trying to tiptoe on those outside lines. Oh, does get bumped out despite that spinal bend backwards. Doesn't look comfortable, but it probably isn't as bad as it looks. Cinderella now released from that pack, picks up the quick initial pass and is awarded lead jam status. Jackrabbit still working her way through this pack. West Coast Spirit not going to make this an easy lead to acquire, or initial pass to acquire rather. Looks like our star now passed to Windy City Wipeouts pivot. That's number 61, Shredder. Cinderella adding 4 points to the total. Looking to the bench for instructions and opts to keep this one running for now. Possibly because the West Coast side of the penalty box currently at capacity with skaters, but 2 of them standing, that means 10 seconds or less. 5 points going to the West Coast Spirits total, bringing them up to a nice even 40. Windy City Wipeouts holding strong at 7. And we will have ourselves an official timeout. Don't forget to check out the Chinook City merch table. They've got raffle tickets available for tons of amazing prizes, like a dine and stay package from the Carriage House, 4 general admission tickets to Callaway Park, gift certificate for 5 open gym sessions at Fitset Ninja, $50 gift certificate to No Table, family membership for 1 year at the Hangar Museum, and family golf package valued at $88. Even a Rydell Skates donating an MVP prize, voting on the Facebook event page through the Google form. We've also got the Alberta College of Massage Therapy here. Massage students to help ease those aches and pains from on and off the track. I know our skaters are taking some heavy hits out there, so I am sure that the many physical therapy vendors are much appreciated. A lone blocker on the track for West Coast Spirit. But 2 standing means that only means 10 seconds or less, likely less. But only time will tell. Don't forget, tonight on track number 1 is the Shenanigans game. The fundraising bout hosted by Chinook City should be much fun had by all. Slayer donning the star again for West Coast Spirit, and Marvelicious for Windy City Wipeouts. Slayer assisting their blocker in capturing Marvelicious, but Marvelicious earns that first lead for Windy City. Sorry, second lead for Windy City. Slayer now doing the Tokyo Drift around the track, dekes out that hit from Kaslamya. Through for the initial pass. Marvelicious just absorbing hits along this outside line. Lunar not going to make it easy, though. Slayer coming in hot to that pack, does not get past the hips of any Windy City Wipeouts, though. They were poised and positioned well at the front of that pack. Windy City picks up 3 points, bringing their total up to nice even 10. 40 points still on the board for West Coast Spirit as we head into jam number 6. Just 1 in the box for Windy City Wipeouts, so slight pack advantage going to West Coast Spirit. And that's going to be Brat-tastic, our lead jammer of record for West Coast. Kinakazi fighting her way through that pack, finds room to run on that outside, but West Coast ready and waiting with a 2-wall formation. Meanwhile, Brat-tastic just doing laps around this pack. 4 points given so far. Poised to score a few more. Not if Howabunga has anything to say about it. Briefly slowing up Brat-tastic before that 3-wall from Windy City captures. 4 more in the pocket for Brat-tastic. And Kinakazi with that sneaky star stash does get the initial pass for Windy City. Brat-tastic getting a bump to that outside. Going to try their luck on the inside line. And it does work out. Coming back right where we started at Trail Appliances jam line, but not before the jammer gets knocked out and bridged back by Howabunga. West Coast Spirit at the top of that pack, trying to keep Kinakazi at bay. Kinakazi just picking off blockers one by one. Looks like Tank being sent to our Genuine sponsored penalty box for a forearm penalty. Brat-tastic captures all 4 points along that inside line. Grand total of 16 scored in that jam. That brings West Coast Spirit's total up to 56. Windy City holding strong at 14. We have just under 19 minutes left in the first half. Looks like Lollichop's taking the star for Windy City versus Cinderella. Cinderella quick to get to the top of the pack, and the no pack call does force Windy City to let her go. Lead advantage goes to West Coast Spirit. Lollichops finds room to run right up the middle. Able to get through for the initial. Kaslamya with that first hit on Cinderella. And that will be the lone point scored by West Coast Spirit. Windy City able to put the pressure on in this jam number 7. Like Sugar Cube taking another chance with the star for West Coast. Absorbs that hit from Shredder, and it does look like went out of bounds just enough. That'll be a power jam scenario in favor of Windy City. Jackrabbit getting bumped to the infield, and bridge back behind that pivot line, but able to re-enter quickly and safely. Evelina delivering that first hit on Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit taking a quick tumble, but able to get back up under their own power. Knocked to the outside by Sugar. Tank trying to do the bridge back there, but not quite as successful as one would hope. Jackrabbit now with the star in hand, working furiously side to side on this track. And Sugar Cube through for that initial pass for West Coast. We're going to go the full 2 minutes here. It looks like our star has been passed. New jammer of record for Windy City Wipeouts is going to be Shredder. Shredder with the star in hand, trying to find some room to work with on that outside line, but ultimately bumped out by West Coast. Still opting to hang on to that star, taking a hit from Sugar. West Coast trying to do the bridge back there, but looks like Shredder may have already gotten in front. Sugar Cube just doing laps around this pack. 3 of them so far. That brings West Coast Spirits total up to 69 points. Nice. And a wide open inside lane. Sugar Cube adds 4 more points to their total, bringing West Coast Spirits score to 73. Windy City Wipeouts holding strong at 16. West Coast Spirit now with a power start with Shredder in our Genuine sponsored penalty box. Gonna send out Slayer with the star. Slayer almost had 1 left to beat, but that was enough time for Windy City Wipeouts to put up a nice defensive formation at the top of this pack as we round turn number 1. Windy City now all over Slayer. Cowabunga there with the knockout and bridge back all the way to the top of the apex. How far can she go? Is it all the way? Pack stretched almost to its maximum capacity, now getting compressed as we come across that Trail Appliances jam line, and Shredder sneakily off that penalty gets through and earns lead for the Windy City Wipeouts. Star pass has occurred. It'll be Lunar, our new jammer of record for West Coast Spirit. Pack starting to get stretched out at the top of that apex, but Pack able to reform quickly so nobody else gets sent to that penalty box. Lunar adding 4 points to West Coast Spirit's total and still has 40-some seconds left on our jam clock to score some more. Looked like an easy pass there. 4 more points in the pocket for Lunar. It's like West Coast Spirit ready and waiting with a nice 2 formation at the top of this pack. Shredder able to maneuver around. Slayer doing some double duty there, having passed the star, proving to be a formidable blocker on the track. Kislamia there with that last line of defense on Lunar. That gave Windy City Wipeouts enough time to catch up. That'll be an 8-point jam on behalf of West Coast Spirit, bringing them up to 81. 4 points go to Windy City Wipeouts, bringing them to 20. It's like it'll be Brat-tastic and Sour Patch, our next jammers, taking to our Trail Appliances jam line. Sour Patch just running on those toe stops on the outside. Picks up lead, but Brat-tastic not far behind. The jammer race is now on. Windy City moving in. Oh, it looks like it'll be a power jam. Sour Patch now in full control of this jam number 10. It's a fast moving pack as we come around turn number 4 back along the first straightaway. Sour Patch trying to pick off these blockers one by one. Pinky there able to hold them at bay long enough for West Coast Spirit to make a formation. Lita Battle Angel at the back of that pack, and does look like a penalty has been drawn on Sour Patch and Soul. So the Windy City side of our sponsored penalty box slightly full. Still one availability, but that doesn't mean it needs to be filled. Bradtastic absorbing hits along the outside line. 4 on the board goes to West Coast Spirit. Little side surf maneuver will add another 4 points to Bradtastic's total. Another 4 points going to West Coast Spirit as our jam clock slowly winds down. Looks like we might have time for one more scoring pass at least. Little twist of the hips on that inside. Bradtastic taking a hit from Punch Buggy, but it will be a no pass, no point. That'll be 3 points instead of the full 4. It looks like a low block being assessed to Bradtastic on the conclusion of that jam. That means it'll be a power start for Windy City. Looks like we're going to have ourselves a quick official timeout. Our fallen skater able to get up under her own power. Always what we love to see. And thank you so much to our medics this weekend, taking good care of our skaters and all of our volunteers that make Flat Track Fever possible. Let's Go Spirit adding 19 points to their total on that last jam, bringing them up over that century mark, even 100. Jam number 11 underway, and it'll be Lollichops running up that inside line. Thought that lead jam whistle was a penalty, but taking a look at their jam ref, like, wait, no, you're pointing to me. That's the good one. Lollichops approaching the pack, hugging that inside line, getting instructions to call it. Oh, unfortunately did not re-enter legally, so we will go the full 2 minutes. Cinderella absorbing hits along that inside line, puts 4 points up on the board. Starting to regain our skaters from our Genuine sponsored penalty box. And of course, as I say that, Octane going to join Lollichops. Cinderella taking a little tumble there, but quick to get back up under their own power. And why not just score the full 4-point pass while you're at it? Beautiful star pass there. That'll be Alita Battle Angel, our new jammer of record on behalf of West Coast Spirit for the remainder of this jam. Hey, if you go the full 2 minutes, that's a lot of work. Might as well get some help from your friends. Lollichops getting bumped to the infield, bridged the long way back behind that Trail Appliances jam line. Octane being that last line of defense does get a tiny piece of Alita Battle Angel. Alita, though, able to get up quickly, pick up those 4 points, and keep on going as our jam clock winds down. Oh, just absorbing that hit. Takes a licking and keeps on ticking. 20 points will go to the West Coast Spirit, bringing them up to 120. West Coast Spirit Windy City Wipeouts holding strong at 27, having earned 3 in that last jam. Looks like we're going to take a quick official timeout to do some track maintenance. Thank you to those volunteers as well, keeping our skaters nice and safe because, you know, they're already bashing each other around out there. You don't really need a floor to contend with also. We'd like to give a shout out to Calgary Gumballs from Calgary Super Leagues Ball Hockey. The women's division of Super Leagues Calgary, this team has won the opportunity to compete at C Nationals this summer after earning the silver at C Provincials last year. This is the first year that women get the opportunity to compete at this level at the CBHA Nationals tournament, a division only offered to the men until now. You'll find a fundraising game at their table to help support them in their travels. Make sure you stop by and show your support. Just under 8.5 minutes left here in this first half. Rolling whistle, usually a good sign. We're about to get back to the action. Looks like we've got Sugar Cube donning the star for West Coast Spirit. And Jackrabbit for Windy City Wipeouts, taking a tumble right at turn number 1. Sugar Cube does get free of the pack first. The no pass, no point after that hit from Shredder. Jackrabbit getting bumped to the outfield by the pivot for West Coast Spirit. It looks like a low block will be assessed to Windy City Wipeouts jammer, so we will have a power jam in favor of West Coast Spirit. Sugar Cube now in full control of this jam number 12. It's like a cut track penalty being assessed. That'll be Shredder, according to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. Sugar Cube trying her luck on that inside line, but Punch Buggy was there to cover that line. Sugar Cube recycling to play it safe, not wanting to join their opposition in that penalty box, just as Jackrabbit is released. So pack advantage for this next jam is going to go to West Coast Spirit momentarily. Means 30 seconds or less. Kislamia taking a chance with the star the first time jamming in this game, or at least starting with it. Wasting no time to get lead advantage for Windy City Wipeouts. Slayer at the back of the pack working furiously, absorbing each hit from these blockers. Not an easy feat to accomplish, does get through for that initial. Pack starting to move backwards there, eagerly awaiting our jammers' arrivals. And Kislamia taking the opportunity to call that one off. 4 points in favor of Windy City brings them up to 31. West Coast Spirit holding strong at 124. Windy City sending out Kanakazi with the star for jam number 14, squaring off against Brat-tastic. Pivot in the box for West Coast Spirit, so slight pack advantage does go to the Windy City Wipeouts. Brat-tastic wastes no time getting a lead. Just a jumble of bodies here. Oh, Kanakazi taking a hit to that infield. Bridged the long way back, but not too long. It's almost as though Sugar already knew that penalty was going to her. Can you tell she refs? Bradtastic at the top of the pack, picking up points one by one. That's the way you do it. Kanikaze taking a bump to that outfield. Punch Buggy at the back, trying to offer some offensive assistance against this slightly smaller pack of West Coast blockers. And the sneaky star pass does occur. Sour Patch, our new jammer record for Windy City Wipeouts. A fast-moving pack here. Sour Patch back into the fray. West Coast Spirit ready and waiting with the formation. Meanwhile, almost unchallenged, Bradtastic just skates right on through on that inside line. Both jammers now through with full 4-point passes respectively. Looks like our next batch of skaters is ready and waiting for that jam whistle, but we are still in an official timeout at the moment. Just over 3.5 minutes left here in this first half. Don't worry, we have a whole second half to bring to you. Coming up after this, we'll also see Team Northern BC versus Team Ontario. Tuffy, I believe, jamming for the first time in this game, or at least starting off. Quick to pick up lead advantage. Trying to hug that inside line to get through for 4 points, but it was shut down by Marvelicious. West Coast ready and waiting. A beautiful clear along that inside line. Cheshi there, the last line of defense, forcing Tuffy to reroute only slightly. Doesn't seem to take away too much speed. That's the way things go. Tuffy trying to side surf on that outside line. Lunar there with a beautiful hit on the jammer that almost took Tuffy out of bounds, but so Tuffy able to come back in sooner than Windy City Wipeouts would hope. Looks like we have a successful star pass. We're going to see Cheshi, our new jammer of record for Windy City, working furiously at the back of that pack, but Lunar is going to escort them right into that formation. Another huge jam for the West Coast Spirit. 16 points total brings them up to 164. Windy City still holding strong at 35 and just over 2 minutes left in the first half. Looks like it's going to be Sugar Cube and Jackrabbit on our Trail Appliances jam line. Jackrabbit taking a hit out by Sugar. Sugar Cube getting a knockout and bridge back by Shredder. Dancing on those toe stops somehow, some way. Sugar Cube does ultimately get knocked out by Shredder, who reports to our penalty box for that maneuver. Sugar Cube securing that lead jam status. Just as Jackrabbit being sent to our Genuine sponsored penalty box, so it'll be a power jam scenario for West Coast Spirit. Easy pass along that inside line. West Coast ready and waiting for whatever Sugar Cube may need. Nice clear now on the outside line. A quick 4-point pass for Sugar Cube and the West Coast Spirit. No pat call and a flurry of whistles going. We'll see. Oh, it does look like one skater for Windy City reporting to our penalty box. Sugar Cube taking that opportunity to call it to a conclusion, having added 12 points to the West Coast Spirit's total. Looks like we have time for possibly one more jam. It's going to be Slayer and Kislamia. Slight pack advantage going to West Coast Spirit. One blocker in the Windy City Wipeouts side of the penalty box. And jam number 17 is underway. Slayer working furiously to get to the top of this pack. Pivot for West Coast Spirit, trying to split apart that formation from Windy City. And it does look like Kislamia heading to our penalty box. So power jam for Slayer, who is now in full control of this jam number 17. A tiny 2-wall for Slayer to contend with there. West Coast moving in to try and make this an easier pass. Howabunga with a hit on Slayer, down but not quite out of bounds. Marvelicious with a knock to the outside, unfortunately does go out of bounds themselves. That'll be a no pass, no point, 3 points added to West Coast total. Kislamia managing to get through for that initial pass. And Slayer is going to call that last jam to its conclusion. That'll bring us to halftime. West Coast Spirit, 185 points. Windy City Wipeouts at 35. Don't go too far. We have just under 15 minutes left until the second half. Almost time for half number 2 of the West Coast Spirit versus the Windy City Wipeouts here at Flat Track Fever 2025. Evelina and Lollychops are jammers of record. Evil first out of the pack, first to get that lead status. Lollychops, though, not far behind, only about a half track separating these two jammers. Evil back into the fray, securing at least a couple of points and calling it to a conclusion just as those hips twist around the remaining blockers. Full 4 points goes to West Coast Spirit. Looks like it's going to be Bratastic for West Coast Spirit with a collision on Shredder and Soul. Bodies now tumbling along that pivot line, but everybody is back up under their own power. Always what we like to see. Jackrabbit still fighting furiously against this pack. Looks like Sugar picking up a direction of gameplay penalty for that maneuver. Hey, sometimes it's worth it just to hold your jammer at bay just long enough. Jackrabbit now through with the star for Windy City Wipeouts. Bratastic putting up 8 points so far and poised to do some more. Beautiful work by Windy City, opening lane number 1 to enable Jackrabbit to get through with points of their own. West Coast setting themselves up at the top of the pack, eagerly awaiting Jackrabbit's arrival. Windy City rotating with Shredder and Soul, the last 2 lines of defense along that first straightaway. Jackrabbit taking a moment to think things over while on the ground. Hop over the skates by Bratastic, gets through for another 4-point pass. That'll be 16 points added to the total so far. And they hop along that inside apex. Doesn't quite stick the landing as they would hope. Better recycle to play it safe. Almost absorbing that hit from Shredder. And it does look like the cut track will be assessed to Bratastic. So we will go the full 2 minutes here, which is only less than 10 seconds left. I say only, but it probably feels like a lot longer when you're the one actually skating. That'll give a power start to Windy City Wipeouts, who are sending out Howabunga with the star, starting the first time with the jammer cover. Looks like West Coast Spirit also losing their pivot at some point in the last jam, so there'll be a bit of a smaller pack for Howabunga to contend with. Challenges Tuffy head on, wasting no time to get lead advantage for Windy City Wipeouts and ready to draw some points of their own. We'll just have ourselves a official timeout here while our volunteer medics tend to our skaters. Huge thank you to our medics this weekend, keeping us nice and safe, and all of our volunteers here at Flat Track Fever 2025. At the conclusion of this game, you can still catch one more here on track number 2. That's going to be Team Northern BC versus Team Ontario. And skating on track number 1, there's going to be the fundraiser game. The shenanigans about raising money for Chinook City with various rule changes and, fun shenanigans to be had by all. Jammer for West Coast Spirit currently standing in our Genuine sponsored penalty box, so that means 10 seconds or less. Cowabunga going to remain out with the star cover for this power start on behalf of the Windy City Wipeouts. Right, just about time to get back to the action. Cowabunga getting a nice little mulligan here as a lead jam awarded. My apologies. It is the continuation of jam number 4. Bratastic, now free of the penalty box, now has that initial pass. Cowabunga secures 8 points, calls jam number 4 to its inevitable conclusion. That brings Windy City's total up to 55. West Coast Spirit holding strong at 205. Looks like West Coast Spirit sending up Pearl Jam with the star cover. Believe that's the first time starting with the cover in this game versus Kanakazi, but not before an official timeout. Don't forget to visit the vendor tables. They enable you to buy various wares to support people in their fundraising efforts. We've got Red Karma. Beadworks by Red Karma help one of our Team Canada junior skaters get to Australia this year. Check out her table showcasing a decadent selection of Indigenous beading ranging from jewelry, hair accessories, lanyards, keychain wristlets, and much more. That is right here on track number 2. And of course, most teams having vendor tables here, so don't forget to stop by vendor tables, pick up a shirt, and show your support for your favorite teams here at Flat Track Fever. Underway with jam number 5 here. Looks like it is still Pearl Jam with the star, and Cowabunga being assessed a penalty at the conclusion of the last jam means that power jam scenario for West Coast Spirit. Pearl Jam now in full control. Pearl Jam fighting furiously along this back straightaway, getting bumped out briefly. Sugar Cube there to stop the run back, or at least prevent it from going too far. Cowabunga knocked to the infield bridge the long way back by a leader Bandit Angel. Cowabunga now through for that initial pass, much to the crowd's delight. Pearl Jam taking a tough tumble on that inside, opting to bring that to a conclusion, having secured 3 additional points for West Coast Spirit, bringing them up to 208. Next jam now underway. Cheshi donning the star for the Windy City Wipeouts, and it's going to be Pinky on behalf of West Coast Spirit. Pinky and Cheshi still fighting furiously against these strong formations from each team. Pinky absorbed a hit from Windy City Wipeouts and does emerge victorious. Cheshi quick to take off that star and hand off to Lollichops. Lollichops able to absorb that hit around the outside, but does get sent to the penalty box for a forearm call. So power jam scenario going to West Coast Spirit and Pinky. Pinky now in full control. The no pop call forces Windy City blockers to let Pinky go with the full 4 points in the pocket. Our pack crawling its way around this track. Slowly but surely. Pinky absorbing that hit from Marvelicious. Puts another 4 points up for West Coast just as Lollichops is released. Pausing a moment mid-stride to do a quick gear adjustment. Not an easy feat to accomplish. I mean, jammers are under enough pressure. Why don't you just adjust your skates in the meantime? Pinky being assessed a penalty, so we will go the full 2 minutes, which is only 20-some seconds left. Lollichop signaling for the Windy City Wipeouts to give some assistance through this pack. Absorbing that hit from Tuffy. One left to beat. Looks like Slayer around turn number 4. Not quite able to bridge back as far as they would hope, but Lollichops does prevail. Looks like it's going to be 7 points added to Windy City, possibly. At least 4 of them. No, that is 7. 7 points, bringing them up to an even 60. West Coast Spirit holding strong at 216. Want to give a shout out to Full Mobility Chiropractic, on site to treat skaters and officials. Be sure to book your appointment today, offering a flat track fever special, which includes $50 treatments and custom-made orthotics for $300. You don't want to pass up these amazing prices. We've also got Nerd Roller Skates here. Today is their last day selling gear and accessories. Having issues with your skates? Go see Projectile for any skate maintenance needs. Nerd Skates, I believe, located over at track number 1. We've also got Untamed Fernie selling designs. Designs made for the busy woman who wants to look and feel fabulous. Untamed focuses on creating everyday clothing that is practical and comfortable while also being fun, flattering, and unique. Each piece is enhanced with a special touch by collaborating with local artists, printing their artwork onto fabric, and incorporating their designs into creations. Just having ourselves a quick official timeout while Masquerade repairs this track, keeping our skaters nice and safe because they're already dodging massive hits from blockers. We don't need to be tripping up on skate tape and rope and whatnot. If you see people running around in costumes that look like they're going to a pool party, it's not quite that. They're getting ready for the Shenanigans game, which is going to be happening around 7 o'clock on track number 1, possibly 7:15. Howabunga now with the star for Windy City Wipeouts, wasting no time to get that lead advantage. Pinky serving the remaining seconds in our Genuine sponsored penalty box. Howabunga taking a hit to the outside, opting to call that one to a conclusion. Did not look comfortable. 2 points going to be picked up by Windy City in that last jam, bringing them up to 62. We have jam number 8 underway, and it looks like Kislamia dotting the star for Windy City. A hop over the skates of either Slayer or Lunar. Couldn't quite tell. The skates look fairly similar. Kislamia now moving in, and Windy City hoping to provide some assistance. Kislamia taking a hit to the inside. Able to recycle quickly behind Slayer. Windy City positioned well in the middle of this pack, picking off blockers one by one, but it seems as quickly as Kislamia picks up those points, another one comes to take its place. Kislamia now through for that first scoring pass of jam number 8. Little extra burst of speed around that outside will get Kislamia through. Running briefly into, it looks like Kitty Catapult there. And the sneaky Star Stash does get Pinky free with the initial pass. Unfortunately, will not get the opportunity to score in this jam. We'll have to wait till another jam to do so. Yeah, no problem. Looks like we're going to have our first official review of the game brought to you by the Windy City Wipeouts. Between games, be sure to check out Chinook City's merch table. They've got merch for teams and also raffle tickets available. Tons of amazing prizes available, including a dine and stay package from the Carriage House, 4 general admission tickets from Callaway Park, open gym sessions available from Fitset Ninja, gift certificate from No Table, and the Hangar Museum. Lots of prizes to be had. The rolling whistle was just a psych out. Sorry, y'all. It's like we're going to have either an official timeout or an official review conclusion. Nope, just kidding. Evelina and Shredder taking to our Trail Appliances jammer line. Pack starting at the pivot line. That gives both jammers room to run. Not something I would want to give either of them. Evelina will be out first. Lead jammer of record for West Coast Spirit. Shredder getting knocked to the infield and able to recycle just in front of that pivot line. The no pat call does force the Windy City Wipeouts to let Evelina go, but does look like a contact penalty of some sort will be assessed. Power jam scenario for Shredder, who will be assessed a cut track penalty. So we will have ourselves a quick jammer swap out here. That means that Shredder is only going to have to sit in the penalty box for the same amount of time as Evelina was in the penalty box, which was not the full 30 seconds, but just enough to give a slight advantage to the West Coast Spirit. Both jammers now back into the fray, a micro pack for both to contend with. West Coast Spirit moving seamlessly in front of Shredder with their beautifully poised 2-wall. Both teams now regaining all of their skaters, it would appear. I don't want to jinx it. Shredder getting bumped out and a bridge the long way back. West Coast Spirit there. Jackrabbit poised to provide some assistance if needed, when needed, to Shredder. Shredder still fighting furiously and does look like the star has been removed. Plotting out their next move as Evelina does laps around the outside. Another 4 on the board for West Coast Spirit as our jam clock slowly winds down. Looks like Shredder opting to keep that star, but looks like the 2 minutes are going to elapse before the star can be passed. That's going to be a 19-point jam for the West Coast Spirit, bringing their total up to 238. Windy City still holding strong at 70. We have just under 17 minutes left here in the second half. It's like one blocker serving the remaining seconds for a penalty on the Windy City side. So pack advantage and lead advantage currently residing with the West Coast Spirit. Marvelicious, our jammer of record for Windy City, as Tuffy is through for a full 4-point pass. Marvelicious finding room to run up the middle as we round turn number 2. West Coast Spirit moving in for the offensive assist for Tuffy. Tuffy getting through the pack. Does seem to question the footwork, but everything looked clean and legal to that jam ref. Calling it to a conclusion, not before adding 8 points, bringing them up to 246. Looks like Tank is going to take a chance with this star cover for the West Coast Spirit. First time jamming in this game that I know of. Now it's going to be Kenakazi in white for the Windy City Wipeouts. Jam number 11 now underway. Tank will be our lead jammer of record. Kenakazi trying to hunt that inside line, ultimately bumped out by the West Coast blockers and bridged back behind that Trail Appliances jam line. Absorbing that hit but not quite out of bounds. That allows Tank to be set free with 4 points in the pocket so far. West Coast blockers absolutely working over Kenakazi, taking a hit to that infield, unfortunately losing a blocker to our penalty box for that maneuver. The no pat call does force Windy City Wipeouts to let Tank free another 8-point pass. Sorry, 4-point pass for a total of 8 so far. No pat call, but skaters seem to be quick enough to reform, wanting to avoid that trip to join their teammates in the penalty box, if I were to hazard a guess. And that'll do it for jam number 11, a 12-point jam for West Coast Spirit. Brings their game total up to 258. Don't forget to visit Bad Girlfriend's Skates, located on track number 1. Today is also their last day. Roller skate apparel, gear, accessories, and more. Fifi Fofum now donning the star for West Coast Spirit. West Coast definitely shaking up their jammer rotation. Cheshi will be out first, though, for Windy City Wipeouts. Lollychops trying to do the run back on Fifi Fofum, but Fifi looks like assessed a penalty, so Power Jam goes to Windy City Wipeouts. Cheshi now in full control. Back at a standstill along the back straightaway, moving in to help Cheshi get through with a little help from her friends. Slayer, that first line of defense, escorting Cheshi into that formation from the West Coast Spirit. And doing double duty, running to the front of that pack as well. Cheshi opting to bring that jam to its conclusion, having earned 8 points for Windy City Wipeouts. That brings our total up to 82. Looks like our penalty box currently sitting empty, so we will be full 5 versus 5 for jam number 13 here. Sugar Cube earning lead jam status for West Coast Spirit. Jackrabbit getting bumped to the outfield, bridged a long way back by Pearl Jam. Just a slew of penalty whistles happening here. Looks like Windy City Wipeouts losing 1 to our Genuine sponsored penalty box. Jackrabbit trying to maintain on the inside line. Sugar Cube trying to sneak through the inside as well, but does take a bit of a tumble. Looks like a couple penalties may have been assessed for the conclusion of that last jam, one of them being to the jammer for West Coast Spirit. That's going to be 30 seconds or less in our Genuine sponsored penalty box, giving a power start to Windy City Wipeouts for the start of the next jam. Still in an official timeout here as our officials confer with the respective bench coaches and skaters and non-skating officials. Hey, everyone just having a nice little convo after that last jam. So it looks like it's going to be Kislamya with the star for Windy City once we get back underway. Still currently in our official timeout, discussing the occurrences of that last jam there. Jam was called off due to a downed skater, so a couple logistical things to work out. There was that rolling whistle psych out again. We thought it was over, but not quite just yet. Looks like refs conferring with our score table, non-skating officials as well. That's a fairly full penalty box for both sides. Looks like both jammers currently sitting in our penalty box. That might have something to do with that official review, because I don't think I've seen a jam where both jammers start in the penalty box. Both jammers released simultaneously, and we were back underway. Jam number 14. Sugar Cube is going to get out first. Kislamya trying to absorb a hit from a pivot, but does take a trip back to that Genuine sponsored penalty box. Joining Halabunga and the skater from West Coast Spirit. Sugar Cube outmaneuvering Octane there, the last line of defense to secure those first 4 points of this jam. West Coast Spirit blockers moving in and are distracting enough to allow Sugar Cube to get through. Another full 4-point pass in the pocket. Sugar Cube trying to hop that apex. Does look like got knocked out by a skater from the Windy City Wipeouts. Couldn't quite tell who to give credit to, but, you know, I always like to give credit where credit's due. Kislamya now with the star in hand, ready to do some damage if time permits. And that's going to do it for jam number 14. I believe Kislamya being sent back to our Genuine sponsored penalty box to join Kitty Catapult on the side of the West Coast Spirit, if I'm reading my numbers correctly. So we're going to have ourselves an official timeout. The refs just going to discuss the occurrences of that last jam there at the conclusion. I feel like West Coast Spirit is ready and waiting with that official review, but refs still discussing. West Coast Spirit picking up 12 points there in that last jam, bringing their total up to 274. And I might have to apologize. The end of this game might get a little bit quieter than usual. I will have to report over to track number 1 for the Shenanigans game, if the timings of this overlap, possibly. Looks like the refs are delivering the news to our skater in the penalty box. Looks like we're going to have to swap out a skater for the conclusion of that last jam. I think it's going to be Jackrabbit taking that spot in our Genuine sponsored penalty box. But we still find ourselves in an official timeout with just over 9.5 minutes left here in the second half. All right, we are back underway. Jam number 15. We've got Sugar donning the star for the West Coast Spirit. First time jamming in this game. Cheshi currently serving that penalty in our Genuine sponsored penalty box, along with the pivot for West Coast Spirit. No pat call, but skaters are quick to reform, not wanting to incur any more penalties. Sugar moving along those lines, and little side serve action will get her through for a full 4-point pass. Sugar now back into the fray, briefly stepping out, but able to re-enter as quickly as she was knocked out. Looks like Cheshi now free from that penalty box, being bridged a long way along the back straightaway by Cinderella. Cheshi coming in square to the chest of Punch Buggy, but only deterred for a half a step. Another full 4-point pass in the pocket as our star is passed to Sour Patch on behalf of the Windy City Wipeouts. Cut track penalty being assessed to Sugar on that last pass there, so that'll leave Sour Patch on her lonesome for the next 20-some seconds. Little hop, skip, and a jump along that inside line gets through for 4 points in the pocket for the Windy City Wipeouts. Jam clock slowly winding down in this 2-minute jam. Sour Patch able to get through quickly on that inside line. It's always nice when it's a bit easier of a pass. Unfortunately, jam clock will wind down before Sour Patch can get the chance to score some more. That brings Windy City's total up to an even 90 versus the West Coast Spirits 288. Sugar with fresh legs off that penalty is back into the fray, but it is Lollychops, our lead jammer of record. getting knocked out at the top of the pack by Slaya and is allowed to be set free without that brutal drawback around the top of the apex. Sugar now through with the initial pass. Lollichops in full control of this jam. Kraken trying to clear that inside line, but West Coast able to maneuver and put up a strong formation in front. Lollichops attempting to call off that jam. Looks like there is a bit of confusion. And eventually the call off is successful. Looks like it'll be 4 points scored by the West Coast Spirit and 7 going to the Windy City Wipeouts, inching closer to that century mark. We've got Tank donning the star again for the West Coast Spirit up against Jackrabbit. Tank almost through, dodging that last hit by Sour Patch. Howabunga there at the last hit. Out of bounds, but does not get the opportunity to recycle this time. Doing some double duty, hopping all over this track. Howabunga seems virtually unstoppable at times. Windy City escorting Tank of Terror to the outside boundary and will pick up 2 points in that last jam, bringing West Coast's total up to 294, almost at that 300-point mark. Heading into jam number 18, looks like we've got Tuffy with the jam star and our lead jammer of record. And that's Cheshi working furiously at the back of this pack with a star in hand, hoping to mix up these West Coast Spirit blockers enough to get through. Trying luck on that inside line, West Coast bumping Cheshi to the infield, but Cheshi able to re-enter the track very quickly. And a beautiful star pass by Windy City Wipeouts. That's going to be Marvelicious, our new jammer of record for Windy City. Will not get the opportunity to score this time. Luckily, there are still 3.5 minutes left to do so. Want to give a shout out to our jam line sponsor, that is Trail Appliances. I don't really have a sponsor read to read about them, but hey, they sell appliances, I imagine. Bradtastic taking another chance with the star for West Coast Spirit, and Kenakazi on behalf of the Windy City Wipeouts. Kenakazi grinding their way slowly through this pack as Bradtastic is awarded that lead advantage. Kind of finding room to run along the inside. Does get the star free for Windy City, much to their bench's enjoyment. Everybody all smiles and posing for the camera. You gotta wonder, they can't be working that hard if they're aware enough to look at the photographer and smile, but hey, that's just what I think. Windy City losing Sour Patch momentarily to our Genuine sponsored penalty box as Bradtastic puts another 4 points on the board. It's like West Coast Spirit losing Tank temporarily to the penalty box to join Sour Patch. It's no real pack advantage at the moment. Bradtastic being knocked out by Punch Buggy just past that pivot line and bridged the long way back. Punch Buggy there doing double duty along that inside line now, giving Bradtastic the workover, making them work for every single inch of space. Kenikazi getting knocked to the outside. It looks like a cut track penalty being assessed. So Bratastic in full control of this power jam as West Coast Spirit creeps over that 300-point mark with 16 additional points. That'll do it for jam number 19. Windy City Wipeouts just inching closer to that 100-point mark. They have 99 of them to be exact, and we have just over a minute left here in the second half of this juniors game. Coming up next, we've got Team Northern BC taking on Team Ontario. That is our women's division. And on track number 1, it's going to be the Shenanigans game. Evelina now with lead jam advantage on behalf of the West Coast Spirit in our last jam here. This is jam number 20. Coming in hard to that formation from Windy City Wipeouts, challenging those arm links, and they are forced to drop and let her free with 4-point pass in the pocket. Evelina taking the tumble to the infield, calling that one off, and it is going to be 6 points added to the total of the West Coast Spirit, and that timeout call does mean that we have time for one more jam here in this game. If I were to hazard a guess, I would think Windy City Wipeouts wanting to creep over that century mark. At least with an even 100, possibly more, but you know, triple digits are nice. This team timeout brought to you on behalf of the Windy City Wipeouts. Coming all the way from Lethbridge, Alberta to square off against the West Coast Spirit, made up of various skaters on the coast and here in Alberta. I only know that because I skate with some of them. Looks like we have an empty penalty box, so we'll be full 5-on-5 roller derby action here for jam number 21. Sugar Cube wasting no time to secure that lead advantage. Jackrabbit taking a tough hit to that outside and trying to re-enter, but does not do so legally. Beautiful offensive assist on that inside line. Gets a quick 4 points up for Sugar Cube. No back called, but blockers were able to reform quickly enough to not add any additional penalties. Sugar Cube just absorbing that hit on the outside line. Another 4 points in the pocket and poised to add some more. Sugar Cube taking a bump out by Cheshi, able to recycle. Kenikazi and Cheshi there doing the bridge back. Sugar Cube, though, does find room to run on the inside line. This here, our last jam of the game. Cinderella with the bridge back there on a Jackrabbit, being assisted by teammates as Sugar Cube just does laps around this pack. Still 40-some seconds to do so. Jackrabbit taking a hit down, but not quite out. And it does look like a penalty being assessed at the there. So Sugar Cube going to take that opportunity to bring that game to its end. Our unofficial score, 338 for the West Coast Spirit, 99 for the Windy City Wipeouts. I have been Sonya Blade, and I need to go get to the other track because I have a game to play in. Stay tuned. We've got one more game here on track number 2.